You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, June 23rd, 2023 at around 11 p.m. We are continuing our playthrough today of Escape Tales: Children of Wyrmwoods. Last night we played the prologue, took us about 3.5 hours. Today we're playing Chapter 1. We're going to start playing Chapter 1. I would not be surprised at all if we don't get through it tonight. Total game time is estimated at 450 minutes, and I normally multiply by 3 or so when we're filming. So we may be playing today, Saturday, maybe even Sunday night, maybe even Monday night. But I think for sure we'll be playing tomorrow night as well. Okay. If anyone's up to anything interesting in the chat, please let us know. Let us know about any projects you're working on. Jonathan has a Fair Play Mystery book club going on a Discord channel that he has. He'll post a link to that. And we're at the final section. We're allowed to read the finale of this book, The Red Right Hand, that we're reading. And I'm enjoying the book, but it's kind of it's interesting to hear all the theories because it's a very weird book, and people are coming up with some very complicated theories, making me feel quite humble. In fact, the last couple of months, I feel like I've been humbled in terms of how good I am at these puzzles and codes, and now these book theories. It's turning out this may be a general concept of life. That you start out in your little isolated bubble. Some of us end up in our bubble thinking, oh, we're pretty hot shit. And then if you make enough effort to find people of similar tastes, you may find out you're not ranked quite at the top there, but that's okay. I have a pretty high opinion of myself, so it will survive. Okay, so a couple other bookkeeping things to talk about before we start here. On Sunday, we'll be playing another episode of Dear Holmes. I have the letter, it's arrived, so that's locked in, 3 p.m. Sunday. If you're just joining this stream and haven't watched yesterday's, you should probably leave when we get started and go back and watch that first. Otherwise, it's not going to make as much sense to you. What else should we talk about? I want to remind you to give this video a thumbs up, like it, if you want to see more videos like this. But you use your philosophy, whatever your philosophy is. If you feel like it's better for you if you thumbs down this video, if you feel that communicates some useful information, you go right ahead and do it. And but I'd be more interested in hearing your comments on the YouTube channel or on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which you'll find a link in the About page, or the Board Game Geek page for this game, which there's a link to in the description of this video. But if you plan to keep playing this with us, whether live or if you're planning to just watch the whole stream, I'd appreciate it if you kept a little pen and paper nearby to record any thoughts you have on the game that you'd like mentioned when we get to reviewing it. Favorite parts, least favorite parts, interesting ideas. For me, some of the most enjoyable aspects of playing these games on this channel, of having a YouTube channel, is being able to talk about these games. So I really do want to hear your thoughts. Keep a pen and paper nearby so you can record them, so that after 4 or 5 sessions, when we talk about it, you will remember things you wanted to say. I did print out some stuff for us. I did make, at the end of the prologue, we gained access to this map. which is very cool. It's gridded, so we could go, presumably, to any of 26 by times 35 places. Lots of interesting buildings. We'll be referring to this throughout, no doubt. I did make copies of it in a smaller form so that it will take up less table space if we want to refer to it. And then a slightly bigger full-page thing. I think probably it's these two that will be most useful to us. All right. So I'll just put those aside for now. The other thing we can do with these paper ones is write on them, mark them up, put stickers on them, etc. Okay, there's that. The other thing I did was make us a little alternative map layout, because a bunch of people on the channel were saying it's hard to read these location cards when there's two of them, they're sideways or one's upside down. So I just made this to help us keep track, to go more easily from the location to the map card. That'll make sense when we use it. Don't worry about it for now. Okay, anything else to talk about? Let's check in with the chat here. Anna is joining us, another puzzle game. Quite a bit of narrative and adult. I'll remind you all, this is rated at 16 and up. Now, the thing that Anna reminds me is that very soon we're going to play a big, long, more traditional crime dossier or Sherlock Holmes consulting detective story or something longer. We have a game from Cozy Killer, a several $100 game. And so it may be time to play one of those soon, but you should visit the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, the Game Queue thread, and let us know what games you want to play. Okay, shall we get started here? Let me just look at my notes and see if there's anything else I wanted to say. I do want to remind you, you should just shout out in the chat if there's a place you want to go or a thing you want to do. Don't wait for me to ask, because the delay in YouTube makes it painful for me to ask and wait for a response. So you just feel free to shout out. Let's review where we left off with the prologue. We're someone named Gilbert. Gilbert went over to his girlfriend's house. What was her name? Not Sylvania, but something like that. She sent him down to the cellar, and he got trapped in a room where he discovered a little bit of a cult having a ritual with these wormwood vines that were told if you touch them, you could go, makes you mad. And he discovered a little ritual area there and a book with notes. And what he discovered is that in this town with these creepy wormwood vines, when a child is born on the same day that some new vines grow, they call that a child of wormwood, and they sacrifice that child to these creatures, to this spirit. Not all of the children, but the children that they don't need. And he found himself on that list, as well as his girlfriend. And his girlfriend is the daughter of the mayor named Haylot. And then he discovered a whole map of the town, which is here. At the end of the prologue, he exited the town over an old bridge, so we think he's just about there. He's left his girlfriend in this, Sevilla is her name. He's left the girlfriend in this house of the mayor, even though she's due to be sacrificed, which is a little strange to me. And he also, while he was downstairs, saw these portals into different areas of the town, a couple of which looked like we were being told that they have been overgrown with vines, and they were used to be active areas of the town. And we've noticed there are some blue banner areas and some red banner areas. We don't know the significance of any of that. All right, is that about right? Have I covered everything where we left off at the end of the prologue? I'm not going to go over the rules again, obviously, but I did make my little note of how we end the prologue and proceed to chapter 1. Let me just check in with the chat here. Matt says, do we think the fact that they both have the same birthday is just a coincidence, or is the girlfriend in on it somehow? Do we know that they have the same birthday, or do we just know that they were born on days when vines were born? I'm not sure about that. Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll just get started here. We may have a longer session than yesterday due to the fact that we won't have a natural breaking point and due to the fact that I got some sleep last night. All right, here we go. So it said to start to read P100 at the end of the chapter, and you can see actually the book has broken off the prologue here, and here's chapter 1. All right, and we're told to read P100, so let us read P100. Looking at the map you took from Halot, you're certain that the area you are in now was once a part of the city. That was before Wyrmwoods claimed most of it, and people had to settle on the other side of the river. This part is in fact much bigger than what's left of the city today. Were there really that many people living here? Did Wyrmwoods take them all? For now, it doesn't matter, as you have to get out of here to find out what really happens in the wilderness. So, if we look at this, if we're right about where he's gone across this bridge, and he's talking about this area here, I guess. Or maybe this whole area south of the city. All right, now it's got some instructions for us. Discard location cards L1 and L2 and map card C53. I've already done that. Those were the locations we were in for the prologue. And it says discard cards R0 and F0. Remember, we saw F0 because we focused. We never saw R0. So I've put them away. I've got a discard pile, and then I've got a separate discard pile for cards we may want to look at when the game is over. So that's what I've done there. Okay, this is the only one time when rest or focus cards are removed from play. From now on, every rest or focus card drawn will permanently influence your stats. Set up new rest and focus card decks using cards 10 through 12. I'm going to need to clarify something there. So it's basically saying we've got 3 focus cards for this chapter and 3 rest cards for this chapter, and then the rest are for chapter 2. So we've got focus and rest cards for chapter 2. These are so if we can focus 3 times and rest 3 times, which would give us a total max of 6 refills of our actions. However, I need to clarify something. That rule seemed to go against what I understood the rule to be. I understood that in chapter 1, those are the rest and focus cards we have, but that in chapter 2, they're going to be discarded for chapter 3 focus and rest cards. And I need to make sure that this isn't saying that these will get carried over into chapter 3 in addition to the new cards for chapter 3. So I'm going to check that in a second. It tells us to take location cards 3 and 6. Let me see if I can... This is a bit risky, but I'm going to try to turn off tracking on our top down. This is I haven't talked about it in a while, but my Zoom cube system has gotten some advances, so I'm going to turn off the cube. I'm going to tell it to ignore the cubes on the top down for now. Okay, location cards 3 and 6. Okay. Take location cards 3 and 6. Take card C42, which is over here. Okay. Arrange the location cards to recreate the image from the background of the map card. Take 4 action tokens and use them to explore. Okay, so we're getting 4 tokens. We're going to put them over here now on this thing so I can easily move them around so you can see it. These we don't have. We only have 4. Okay, so before I do this, though, I want to see if the rules clarify that issue with focus and rest. All right, let's see. Focus and rest cards. If you have to rest, you choose what to do. You should remember condition of your main character. Let me see what there's something going on in the chat with my little light has told me. Okay, Hop has come and joined us. Jesse, check the comment about the rest penalty. Okay, let's see. John says, I think it's saying to take away our stamina penalty we got in the prologue, but the rest of the penalties will be permanent. Okay, I see what you're saying. I misread the comment about the cards, and it was talking about penalty. All right, let's see. It says, set up the new rest cards. Discard, okay. Returning them to the game box. This is the only time when rest or focus cards are removed from play. I see. You're saying this focus card, which we gave ourselves when we focused, normally, if we drew it, it would add to our stats and stay with us even between chapters. But now it's saying we discard it. Okay. That makes sense to me. So we no longer have any stats. I still would like clarification because it is still a little bit ambiguous about what happens to the undrawn cards. Let me see this. Each chapter has its own rest and focus cards. When starting a new chapter, put back into the box all of the unused rest and focus cards. Okay, so that seems to clarify it completely, and that comports better with my understanding. So if we draw a focus or rest card, we will get stuck with that penalty even past the end of chapter 1 into chapter 2 and the epilogue. So we have to be careful about it, although it says there are ways you could get rid of that. But any rest or focus cards from chapter 1 that we do not draw will get thrown away and will reset with chapter 3's cards when we start chapter 2's cards. Okay. Everyone on the same page with that? Does that make sense? All right. We're told to take out these 2 location cards, this map card, and to align it in the same way the map is aligned. Okay, let's see what we've got. So here's our 2 map cards. In this case, our 2 location cards, sorry. In this case, and here's our map card, it's a horizontally aligned map, so we don't have to use this crazy thing. Write something on the back of this. All right, let's take a nice big look at this. All right, there's our map. And Where's my storybook here? Looking at the map you took, you are certain that you are now in was once part of the city. So I think do we think we're here? Is that what this is? Or are we in the city? Trying to get a good feel for where this is. Looks like we might be on the north part of the river. I think it's a close-up of this city. So I see now. Are we saying that this is where we started? This is where we started, and now we've gone across the bridge, and now we're here. Yes, okay. And it's been pointed out that there is a fence around us. Okay, this makes complete sense. We were told at the end of the prologue that we went across a bridge, and I just assumed that this was the built-up city, and we went across to the ruins, but it's the opposite. We are here. This is our village. We've gone across the bridge, and we've entered some very elaborate place here. Now, do any of these places match where we could get where those little circles were? So our circles provided us a look into the town square, Wally Street, the Ward House or Warehouse, the Crossroad, Marson House, the Forgotten House, and Main Point. So those aren't any places on the map. Well, that's a little unexpected. What have we got here? A little graveyard. I don't know why these cubes are bouncing around. Okay, Animal Hunter, Big Belly Inn, Fisherman, Marketplace, Money Lender. The map should actually be rotated. We have W facing up. Oh, you're right. That's annoying. So north is this way. All right, well, I'm going to keep it this way, though, because there's no point in rotating it just to get our orientation right. So north is over here on this end. Let's just remember that. It's only relevant if we wanted to leave, I guess, north. That would be the way we would go, but that's the only way you can go. But we've come in from here. So we've come in from here, and okay. And there's our map of places. Okay, we've only got 4 actions we can take. And the question is now, where do you want to go? Which 4 places? I mean, we can rest and recover to go into more places, obviously, but any place here strike you as interesting? I mean, we don't know anything about anything. We have no reason to prefer one way or the other. If we wanted to gather stuff, I suppose, or gather information, maybe we should just take a longer look at this map. What do you see? You see footprints. What do you think those are? Monster footprints? You might think we might get some information about any creatures out here in the Animal Hunter, or is anyone else that would have more information from us? Perfumer. Look at these vines creeping up from the outside. So maybe if you didn't want to get attacked by vines, you might go more towards the center, although I see vines here too. Marketplace. We're not told we have any money though. All right, where do people want to go? Alex says, are there 3 different types of footprints? And that's an interesting idea. These here do look different. These look longer. These look more small. You might even guess that, yeah. And those look a little different from this. This one, this might even be 4 different. These might all be different kinds of footprints. Interesting. Any other observations? The perfumer and the marketplace have big castles. And here is an unnamed ruin of a castle. And here's our graveyard church that's not ruined. Note that the choice, you can go to a place, we could go to this area, even though it's not named. So it doesn't have to be a named place we go to. All right, let me check in with the chat. What did the paragraph say again? Do we have a goal? I don't think it did give us a goal. Let's see what it says. It says, were there really that many people living here? Did the worm vines take them all? For now, it doesn't matter, as you have to get out of here to find out what really happens in the wilderness. That's what we're trying to figure out. What happens out in the wilderness? So Jonathan says, why don't we go to the marketplace and get the lay of the town? And Tina says, let's go to the animal hunter since we have the footprints. And then John says, maybe we should start next to the, where we come in this way. Marketplace. I think I agree with that. Let's go to the marketplace. We've come in here. We're going to go to the marketplace. Now, the marketplace seems to span 2 places, but this is the real place we want to go. So that's B2. So we're going to go to the marketplace. I'm going to put the tokens on these things. Nicholas says, let's go to the town gates at the right and see what we have to do to get out. That's an interesting idea too. All right, we're going to make our way like a role-playing game. We're coming through. We're going to go to the center of the city, the marketplace, and then maybe we'll head over to the gates. Animal hunter, marketplace, animal hunter, gates is not a bad idea. Okay, marketplace. B2 is 129. I guess I'm going to have to shift some stuff around here. See if we can't do this in a way that you can still see it and I can still read. Okay. 129, and there's Gilbert. Seeing the empty town square, you wonder what once happened here. Judging by the size of the city, it must have been much more crowded than the market of the town today. What happened to all those people? Are they still working in the woods? You rummage through all the rotten stalls lying around, but find nothing of interest. Everything's dilapidated and useless to you now. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, that's a wasted action. Let's go to the right gate. We need to get a hint of what to do to get out. You think we won't just be able to leave? Okay, let's go. We're going to go check out the gate. Let's make sure we can get out of here first. P142. From a distance, you see that the gate is closed. On closer inspection, you find no obvious way to open it. It's a sturdy metal gate that got rusty over the years. You'll have to find some way to open it or seek another way out of the city before Haylot finds out about the missing map. Take card C77. All right, so Nicola's instinct was right that we're not going to just be able to leave here. So this makes sense to get away of the land. Okay. There's C77. It says, if you combine the proper item with the gate, you will leave the town for good and proceed to the next location. How do you like that? Leave the town for good. That's it. So anything we want to do in the town, we got to do before we leave. We're never coming back here, it seems. Okay, and we're told it's rusted shut, if that's our little clue. And where are we keeping track of our things we've read? 142. I'm just going to put rusted. Sturdy metal that's got rusty over the years. Doesn't say it's rusted shut, but it says it's gotten rusty. All right. Notice this isn't a puzzle. It's just a card. All right, we've got 2 more free actions. Well, Alchemist might be a place we would go to get stuff that would unrust the gate. Shall we go there? I think we should. And Tina's logic of checking out the gates first makes sense. Now we know we can spend our effort. Okay, were our keys from the prologue discarded? Boy, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting point. I believe it did tell us to discard them as we were playing. That's our key. And then we have this key. I believe that it definitely didn't tell us at the end of the game to discard it. But I wonder, did it tell us? Let me, that's a good question. That's a sort of a key question. So if no one remembers, and I've obviously thrown away my notes of where we went, let me just look here through the prologue. '84 and 106. Let me just see here. Trying to look if I see if anything had us discard them. Okay, so for sure we were told to discard this card. And then 84, huh? See, does anyone remember? Yes. Both discarded. Okay. All right, good good thinking though, because that would have been deadly. All right, so I'm going to have us go to the alchemist to see if maybe there's something that would, at the alchemist, that would melt the metal or get rid of the rust. Okay, P120 is the alchemist. Let's see what we've got here. The Alchemist's Abode. The name's pretty much everything you know about the craft. You never understood what alchemists do. Yet this day is as good as any to find out more. Inside you find broken apparatuses and some recipes. One of them looks quite useful. Take card 143. We could also have Gilbert examine the gate more. We should probably do that. Okay, so there's 143. All right, so actually, if you think about the game telling us that we could do that combine action, it makes sense that we would combine Gilbert with this and ask him to take a closer look at it. So let me do that before I turn that card over. And let me see if the keyboard makes any of this any easier. Okay, so 034, 077. Yes, that does make it easier. I didn't know that this old gate was so large. I need something very powerful to get through. So maybe that's suggesting that the rust is not going to work. Maybe we need like dynamite explosives, or Gilbert's wrong. Gilbert's not infallible. All right, let's see this card we just got. It's a recipe. Aha, I see. It looks like the alchemist was still a useful place to go. It's an explosion mixture. You need 2 pieces of mulberry, 25 grams of alabaster, 200 grams of saltpeter, 1 kilograms of bison dung. That sounds like that might be one of the paths. An oval bowl, granite mortar. Okay. Again, though, not a puzzle card. All right, so it seems like maybe our mission now is to collect these items. Mulberry, that sounds like a plant we might get in a forest. Or maybe something in the perfumery? 2 pieces of alabaster. What is alabaster? Sounds like maybe a building material, but I'm not sure. Saltpeter. Is that something you would find in a mine? What's saltpeter? Bison dung, that's one of the animal tracks, perhaps. A bowl and a granite mortar. Mortar and pestle, that's another kind of bowl, or is that a... Some of my ignorance is showing through. Let's see what the channel says. Matt says, I think we just need the 2 unchecked ingredients. The alchemist has the others already. Inside you find some recipes. One of them looks useful. I see. You think these are the things we already have? Boy, I wish that was clarified a little bit better, but as you point out, we have a way to find out about it. Let's ask Gilbert about this. A better way to do that. Okay. So, Gilbert, what do you know about this recipe? Great, now I'm a bomb maker. What a handyman I am. All right, well, he did not help us. He did not help us. This is kind of an important question. A rat skull and explosion mixture. Not sure. I am not sure whether those are the things we need. Yeah, that's confusing. Okay. Either way, we are still faced with the same problem. We have 1 free action. Where do you want to go? Don't forget, you should not assume that that we should be able to do this without taking a rest or focus card. That's not accurate. The game may can assume that it's going to force you to take rests and focuses. There's nothing wrong with that. So don't think that these missions are possible without focusing or resting. Okay, well, here's a theory. I've got a theory for you, a plan. We don't know whether this card tells us that we need the checked things or we already have the checked things. But there is one place that you might find the checked things and the unchecked things. So we need a rat skull or we need bison dung. So maybe the animal hunter would be a place that you might expect to find both of these things. Although on the map, There are no animal tracks leading to the animal hunter place. The fisherman looks like rat tracks. Let me look in with the chat where people think things can be found. The graveyard for a skull. Yeah, but it's a rat skull. All right. It looks like Nicola's thinking like I was, that maybe the animal hunter might have stuff, and Tina likes animal hunter too. All right, so we're going to go to the animal hunter. Sounds like we want to go there anyway. So let's go to the animal hunter. That's C1, which is 168. That might be useful too, just to hear about what scary animals we want to avoid in this town. Right? He might give us some more background about these tracks. So this, wait, Big Belly Inn? No, that's not where we want it to go. Sorry, 102. Hope you didn't read any of that. If you did, block it out from your mind. Okay, animal hunter. You've always thought about hunters as real heroes. What courage must men have to enter the forest and hunt animals while being hunted by the wilderness itself? Well, it must have been either courage or desperation, whichever drove the owner of this house. You still decide to enter. Inside, the walls are crowded with old hunting trophies. One of the trophies, a small, well-preserved skull, is enclosed in a glass casket. Try to break the glass, but it doesn't shatter. Seems like you'll have to get the skull some other way. Take card C69. Okay, so I'm going to go take card C69, but it looks like your theory was right that we need the unchecked things. And this is going to be our rat skull. I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe I should take a look at it first before I speak so quickly. Yes, okay. So we've got, this is pretty cool art, huh? We've got a puzzle. There's the puzzle symbol. We've got a raven or a crow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A monkey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And a bear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then here is our rat skull. And it looks like it wants 3 digits. So it looks like maybe we have to pick which digit each of these corresponds to for our rat. But now we don't know if we need other puzzle pieces. So let's do what the game often suggests. Let's go to this puzzle piece. It was the H-shaped one. Over here. Okay. 3 digits. And let's see, how many cards do we need? 1. And the city map. That's a bit of a hint. Okay. We might want to reconsider whether we want to go to all these. Okay, so this should be, oh, this is going to be the footprints, probably, right? So there's going to be a crow's footprints. Possibly. And then bear and monkey. And we're trying to pick out this. You can see these circles here have, where was it? I can't see it now, but it had a compass rose symbol on it. Yeah, there. So north is this way, just like our map is. So it looks like, and maybe they're at the center of town. So it may be asking us from the center of town, where are these different footprints? So it looks like the crow's footprints, the bird's footprints might be up here in the 8 in the upper left. And then we have monkey and bear. Now, it may be that we could go there to find out, like we could go and look and see. Oh, look, there's more footprints down here. Do you see these? Maybe that's the bird's footprints. And maybe that's monkey. That looks more like bird to me. So I think the birds are here. That looks like a monkey. This looks like hooven, like a deer. So if I had to guess, I'd guess bird, monkey, and bear here. What do people think about that? Matt says, evidently the hunter was very proud of killing a rat. It is an interesting choice with the rats in the glass. I think we should try counting the footprints first. Interesting theory. Well, let's see. If they were counts, that might be problematic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That would be too many for a 3-digit answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, you could look at that as a clue that it's not these footprints because there are too many here. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll tell you why we know it's not counting. It's because of that compass rose. The fact that there's a compass rose here showing us which way north is our certain clue that we're looking at directions. The only question you might have is it directions from the animal hunter's house, or is it directions from the center of town? But I think it makes more sense to think of it from the center of town, although I can't be sure. Okay, I see we have some more footprints there that I didn't notice. This for sure looks like bird prints to me. This looks more like a monkey, but we don't know the totality of the animals being discussed. This still looks like deer and cloven to me. This looks like something weird that I don't know. We could take a closer look. Does that look like bear tracks to you? Kind of. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these are more like bears. Neither of them really look like bears. What about these? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's bear. That doesn't look like a bear. That's a cloven hoof. What about these here? There's our bear right there. That's our bear. That's our bear, right? That's a bear. A bear has like a oval type shape at the bottom and then some pads. That's our bear right there. Okay, so there's our bear. And this is surely our bird down. Wow, I can't even see it without the zoom in. There's our bird, surely right there. That's bird. Okay, so I've got birds at the alchemists, bears here, birds, bears. We just need monkey. Okay, so a monkey. Monkey would be a little bit like a human. That seems like that might be monkey. Or would you prefer this as monkey? Now, what's weird in this game is we could just try them and we get no penalty. I don't know how you think of that, though. So let's think. So I think it's going to be from center of town. That would make, we do it this way, that would make the first clue a 6. The second clue of monkey, unknown, but maybe just here, 8. So 6, 8, and then bear would be east. Now, of course, if it's relative to the hunter's house, it would be different. It would be this way, then straight down, then sorry, straight across for monkey, and straight down. I'm going to get my thing out. What's your guess? Do you think it's going to be from the center of town or it's going to be from the hunter's house? Nicholas says, if we're supposed to guess from these prints, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if you go to this place, you're told what kinds of footprints. So we're just trying to jump the gun, perhaps. But let's see. Okay, Entina says 742 from the directions the animals are headed. Boy, that's another way to look at it. It does feel like we have an ambiguous thing here. It sounds like Entina is saying what we should be looking at is what direction the prints are going. I think you have a good point, because they are going in 8 compass rose directions, right? Like, these are going due east. These are going diagonally, or not east, but north in our case, or left. And this is going at an angle, angle, angle. I like that better too. Okay, so the bird, we're saying, is going this way, which is north, according to the compass rose. So that makes that a 3. A 3 for the raven bird. Okay, next up is monkey. Which one do we think is the monkey? We've got a couple of candidates, right? I'm convinced that this one here is cloven, so that's no monkey. But this could be the monkey. If I had to guess, I would say that that's the monkey. So, and that's going this way. So that would be a 4 monkey. Okay, and then someone was saying the birds, I've got the direction wrong. Let me see. The birds, which way are they walking? You're right, they're walking left is the way a bird walks. So it's not a 3, it's a 7. He's going due south, those ravens heading into the thing. All right, and then the bear is obviously this one, and he's walking to the upper right, and that's the number 2. So 742 is what I've got. So 7 going this way for the birds, and then the monkey going this way at that diagonal 4, and then the bear going this way for the 2. The only one I'm not sure is this could be monkey instead. And if that's the monkey, then he's going forward. Look at that. Both of the debatable ones are both 4s. Whether you think it's that path or that path, they're both going the same direction. Try 742, and if it's wrong, do something. Take a hint. I don't know if we need to take a hint, but we'd put it off. But let's try 742. Okay. Here we go. 742. Who thinks this is going to work? I do. Deadly. Read paragraph 167. I think that means we got it right. In fact, I'm sure of it. Well done. Good, fun puzzle and good group work. And I have to say, this is almost my favorite kind of puzzle, where you can, we got the basic idea, and then we said, well, was it this or was it that? And then there were little refinements. Like Antina was like, hey, it's not the direction from the center of town, it's the direction they're walking. And then there was a clue why that is probably the case, the one ambiguous one. Nicholas says, I want to see the hints for this one. Okay. First, let's read 167. you can see you could make this game a lot harder for yourself if you didn't check how many cards were used for the puzzle. That would have been a lot harder if we didn't know whether we need another piece. We might decide to start doing that at some point if we think we're breezing through this too quickly. Okay. You finally open the casket and take the skull with you. Discard 69, take 82. Discard 69, take 82. So we get rid of these. We take 82, which is going to be our rat skull, I guess. Yes. Okay. And that's it. And then we are going to write down that we went to 167. Okay, so we have a rat skull. We could ask Gilbert about it, but we're not going to. But I'll tell you what we should do. Let's try combining these two cards. And let's see if it gives us a new thing with one checked off it or something. Yeah, let's do it. Let's combine. $143. Sorry. 143 and 082. Let's see what happens. Discard 82 and 143. So we discard both of these things and take 151. So we're discarding both of these cards. We've combined them and replaced it with 151. I guess it's going to be our new checklist. There you go. So it's a new checklist with the rat skull checked off. And now we just need the vial, the vial, which we think we could probably get at the perfumer. Can someone tell me what the definition of PHIL is? Is it just an old English way of saying vial? Or is it mean something else? Let me look at the chat, and then someone wanted me to look for hints to see what this game thinks about this puzzle. All right, let me do that then. So I'm not sure it'll actually let us now. Once you solve a puzzle, does it even let you go to it again? Yes, it does. Okay, let's read the hints. Click on the button to receive a hint. Animals leave tracks. Try to find the animals from the wall on the city map. Try to find the animals from the wall on the city map. What does that mean, from the wall? Oh, from the statues that where the puzzle is. Okay. The direction of the tracks is important. Find the right tracks for each animal on the map and transpose the direction into numbers on the compass rose. Okay, that was it. And here's the answer. All right, so that was it. You just have to look at those tiny little things. One thing we could also ask Gilbert about the puzzle. One thing we are learning, though, is from this game, you really need like a magnifying glass to play this game. It's something that would be wise to tell people about. Okay, so did someone look up file? A file is a small glass bottle. So it's just an old English or alternative term for vial, like a small vial. Or maybe it's more specific, a small glass vial. Okay, well, we want to go to the perfumer now. That's where we think we can find this. However, we have no more actions left. So, what would you like to do? Rest here or focus here? I mean, I was very happy with the idea of focusing when we weren't so tired. I wonder, though, if we're in a safe place, that we might as well rest now where we're safe rather than rest where it's dangerous. Chat disagrees with me. But what about my logic? Like, let's rest when it's safe to rest. Matt says rest, it's break time anyway. Okay, that's a great point. We're almost an hour in. We're going to take a break, so we're going to rest. All right, let's rest before we break. So we're going to choose a rest card, and we're going to read it. You feel very insecure trying to rest with visible signs of worm vines everywhere around, yet you need respite. So you just give yourself a few moments. Take 3 action tokens. We only filled up to 3. And we've got -1 on our sanity. So we rested with worm vines, and so we lost some sanity. So let's remember what happened last time. We focused, we lost our, when we focus, we lost stamina. When we rest, we lost sanity. Let's remember that in case that's the pattern that it always follows. All right. So Gilbert, you're off to the side. We've got 3 new actions. Give some thought to where you want to go. I mean, obviously we want to go to the perfumer and get that vial first, but then we may have some spare actions. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've got 3 new action tokens after resting. Resting gave us 3. I'm curious, if we focused, would we have gotten more? We got 4 last time we focused. Is that the way it always works? Does resting give you 3? Does focus give you 4? We don't know, but let's remember that the next time we focus. We want the vial, so we're going to go to the perfumer. Okay, here we go. We're going to the perfumer. I like this system better, putting the tokens on these places. Okay, the perfumer is 151. You don't even need a map to find the perfume shop. The scent is so strong that it's impossible to miss. Inside, you find a truly horrible mess. Yet, a glint of light on glass catches your eye, and you find a small container miraculously saved from the destruction that rained havoc upon this place. All you need to do now is discover a way to get to your precious find. Take card 145. Okay. All right. Well, it's a puzzle. There's the glass we want. Is this... Okay. So we learned a little bit about puzzles before when we uncovered letters in a right order on a different puzzle, and it didn't spell anything. So we should not be discouraged by coming up with an answer that doesn't spell a word. We don't know if this can be solved with this one card. But it kind of feels like this can be. So maybe we won't even check yet. Let's try to solve this, make it a little more difficult for ourselves. Now, one obvious thing would be, you can see these are spatially arranged. We could try to take them in order. So how would that work? C, then the K, then the D, then the I, then the F, then the J, then the E, then the H, then the G, then the A, then the B. So if I had to guess, that would be my guess. So C, then K, then D, then I, then F. That's when it gets a little tricky. Then J, E, H, then G, A, B. That's what I get. So let's take a look at how many letters the answer is. And then while we're at it, we'll see how many cards you need. So it's this little flag symbol there. Okay, well, it needs all of those letters just like we thought. Let's try to solve it. And then if we don't get it right, we'll have it tell us how many cards we need. So I have C, K, D, I, F, J, E, H, G, A, B. Does anyone disagree with me about that? Nice senses. Read 150. Okay, so that was simple. One card. It made sense. There was a little tiny bit of trickiness in some of these areas here, but not too tricky. Okay, so surely we're done with this. Paragraph 150. You managed to remove all the pieces of wood which blocked your way to the empty flask without breaking it. Good job. Discard card 145. Take card 100. Let's see what card 100 is. There's our flask. Pretty cool. All right, well, we have the flask now. Let's combine it and make some explosives. So we're going to combine 151 with 100. Read paragraph 139. Okay. You carefully prepare the ingredients and follow all the instructions. Fortunately, they're not complex and the whole process is not very time consuming. After a few minutes, you manage to fill a flask with something that should be very explosive indeed. Discard cards 8, 82, 100, and 151 if you have any of them. What do you make of that? So maybe there were multiple ways to make the explosive that could have left us with some of these items? That's weird. Okay. Take card 104. So we don't need this or this anymore. Maybe it's just a reminder we should have put away. Interesting. Okay. 104. By the way, if any of you are operating under the assumption that if you can sneak a look in at a paragraph on a book, just because, like, I don't want you to think, like, we have to have ground rules on this channel. And this is like you're on your own, you're on your honor system. If you see if a paragraph is shown on the screen that we're not meant to read, you shouldn't treat it like a loophole and you're allowed to read if it's on the screen. No, you have to play by the same rules I play by. If something comes into your peripheral vision that you're not supposed to read, then you shouldn't read it. Okay. Whoa, look at that. There is the bubbling explosive mixture. All right. Now, we were told very explicitly, in fact, it's right there, if you combine the proper item with the gate, you will leave the town for good and proceed to the next location. So I need to remind you of the system here for a minute. So we have 2 spare action tokens. So we could, before we leave, investigate any of these areas. The tailor, the church graveyard, the ruins of a castle, the fisherman's house, the inn, this entryway, or the moneylender. We have 2 spare actions. It would be very unlikely that something bad would happen to us. So in this case, since we could have gone anywhere, it's very unlikely something bad happened to us, but we could get another puzzle, we could get an item, we could get nothing. We could get more story. But the other important thing that we need to remember the way this game works is, if we don't use these up and we leave, we keep these to help us explore more in the next area. So that's the agonizing decision here. Like, I want to see what's in these ruins. Right? If we go to the moneylender, we could find some money. The church graveyard could give us more story about the people that are being killed. All very intriguing places. The inn might be where anyone might be hiding if there are people still living in this place. But do we want to keep these for when we really need them? How much do we feel? How much would we rather explore and take more focus and rest penalties? Like, you could play this game and say, when in doubt, I'm going to explore more and I'll just eat more rest and focus cards. Or are we going to try to be efficient, and now that we know how to leave? Let's see what the chat thinks about this. Matt says, Nicholas says, we could learn something about town history by visiting the cemetery. Alex said, they reminded us about time in the end of the prologue. Yes, they did. Matt says, didn't the prologue say there were benefits to moving quickly? Yes, it did. All right, we're going to have a little vote here. I don't think there's a wrong or right answer here. I want you to vote whether you want to move on, vote leave, or vote explore more. And Tina says, much as I want to see the other puzzles, I think for the game we should leave. My gut tells me we should leave too. Yeah, I guess I would vote for leave. I need to find a way to add my own vote here. Jonathan says leave. Nicholas says leave. Matt says leave. More we rest and focus, the more our stats take a hit. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Nicholas trying to vote twice. Okay. All right. So we're going to leave. Let me stop this here. No point in delaying this. All right, we're leaving town. Let's think about it. Let's make sure. Is there anything we felt like we needed to get before we leave? No, let's just leave. Okay, so we're going to combine these items and blow up the gate. Here we go. I wish there was a way to just reset this page. Okay, 077 with 104. It is easier to use the keyboard on this. All right, here we go. Read paragraph 153. If this tells us we lose all our tokens, I'm not going to be happy. All right, here we go. Following the instructions found in the alchemical tome, you approach the gate, flask in hand, and then shake it vigorously before putting it down on the ground and then retreating with haste. You duck down behind a low fence the moment it explodes with enough force to knock you prone. As the haze clears, you find your feet. You notice the gate is tilted slightly, allowing you to slip out of this cursed city. Discard cards 42, 77, and 104. 77 and 104 are these two things, and 42 is the map card. So we're leaving this location as promised. If you have cards, it's like the light just got brighter. Where's my thing there? Yeah, that's weird. Okay. If you have cards 43, 50, 122, 168, discard them now. So there's clearly would have been more than one way to blow up this gate. So you could have had items, alternative items. That's another reason it's good we didn't explore, because we probably could have found other ways to get rid of this gate that we didn't need. I think we made the right choice. All cards with the puzzle symbol. So if you leave in the middle of a puzzle, you get rid of it. Okay, so we get rid of all of our spent action tokens, and we're getting rid of our 2 location cards along with these cards that we just busted out. Okay, that was pretty fun. And maybe I should put these. So I'm going to take these, and I'm going to put these in our pile of cards to maybe look into when we finish. If we want to see what else we would have gotten at that gate in that town. Okay. All right, we're moving on. Paragraph 127. It's satisfying to move on, too. That's the other nice thing about this system. It's kind of fun when you move to a new area. The road out of the city is overgrown and half sunk into muck, but a road is still better than nothing. With every mile, it gets progressively worse and worse, and at some point you notice there's really no more road to speak of, only the forest surrounding you. Just a reminder, we went from our village into the town, and now we've gone out this way. And then it says we hit the forest. Only the forest surrounding you. You take a turn from what was once the road to get to the buildings you saw on the map. Shortly after, you hear a loud sound, and the air around you thickens. Seems like you've sprung some sort of a strange trap. Take a turn from what once was the road to get to the buildings you saw on the map. Not sure what it's actually, where it's actually directing that we're turning to. But we just threw a trap, card C48. Okay. Guess that's going to be a little puzzle for us to get out of, huh? So it's a puzzle. Surely there's no more cards for this puzzle. This must be the only one because there's no way for us to get any other cards. Second, third, first, fourth. Although anything could use this map, we should remember. Well, interesting. First, second, third, fourth. If we do it in that order. Doesn't look like there's anything to this. I wonder, do you see like a 6? The fourth kind of looks like a first, second, third, fourth. Let me just sketch something out here. So, or maybe it's better. I don't know, but maybe we don't need this. Okay, let's see here for a second. First, second. So like the first is a curve. Second looks like just a line here. Third is like a line here. Fourth is like a line there. Well, the first one is not. Well, maybe the first one is this whole thing. So if the first is this whole scooping line, that's the first. The second is just a little curve like that. The third is like that. And the fourth is like that. Is that a 2? Is that a 2? Like if you do this, the first ends like this, then the second goes like this, then the third goes like this, fourth goes like this. Maybe that's not a 2. Maybe that's a 9, or it's not anything. I could see what Gilbert thinks. I thought it was going to be a 2 for. Oh, wait a minute. 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 The words are spelled differently. Let me try that again. So the first would be upright. So goes like this. Comes out there. Then the second, though, if you turn it to be right side up, goes like that. And the third, if you turn it to be right side up, goes like that. And the fourth, if you turn it to be right side up, goes like that. Well, that's even worse. Although, okay, that seems like, that doesn't seem like a very convincing thing. But I do like the idea that they orient differently. Actually, look, this one doesn't continue down. I wonder if I made a mistake in thinking this first goes all the way. It's not clear. Maybe the first is only to here. Try that again. I wonder if this might be a case where some tracing paper might be useful. Let's try our little trick. Nicholas says, let's go to the puzzle page and see what answer it expects. Okay, this is the only reason I'm not doing that yet, because you guys are too good at these games. So, like, we have to make them harder for you. So rather than jumping to that right away, let's try some alternatives first. Okay, so what if our first course, I don't know if it's supposed to be oriented, but let's just try this. What if our first just goes to here? And then, do we think our second goes like this? Then our third. That's the problematic part, right? Like, doesn't make sense. I mean, can I really orient it any way I want? That's the part that's troublesome. All right, but if I put it right side up, it goes here. That's third. And then if I put the fourth right side up, that's our problem. Or I guess, yeah, that doesn't look right. Feels like we're on the wrong trail here. Unless the first is really only this first curve. What if it's just there until the sparkles start? Or let me see, let me turn it right side up. If we go by the letters telling us how to orient, that would be the first. That would be the second. That would be the third. That would be the fourth. Wow, none of these make any sense. All right, that's kind of feeling like it's now the wrong approach. But maybe we're not supposed to orient it. Let's just do it with the card right side up. That's the entirety of the first, and then the second, then the third, then the fourth. That doesn't look right either. I don't like that. Wood should be the right solution, but what are we doing wrong here? The third, the fourth, the second. Those are all fairly clear, and these almost look like they're making a digit. Like, if you look at the second, third, and fourth, they almost look like they're just making a circle. Like, here's the second, and then here's the third, and then here's the fourth. Almost looks like you could get a nice circle out of that. So maybe that's a 0, and then the first is a 9. Is it 9? Is it just that simple? First, second, third, fourth. Probably, though, I think that's probably wrong. If I had to guess, I might guess that there are going to be a 4-digit answer. Okay, well, if no one has any better theories, let's go to look at what form this answer is. That's not cheating. You're told, you're encouraged to do that, in fact. Okay, we're going to the X. Okay, so that's interesting. It says the answer is 5 digits. Well, that's unexpected. This is very intriguing because it looks so simple. How do you get a 5-digit answer out of this? And I'm isolating onto this card. We could need to use the map as well. But How do you get a 5-digit answer out of this? If we did need to use the map before we go, let's just look at this. We know we moved north out of the city. And then it says it turned to forest, and then we took a turn to buildings. We could be trying to get here. That tree might tell us something, or the grid location could tell us something. It's not clear. Okay. Give it to Gilbert. John says, maybe we should try to spot the buildings we were trying to get to. Ask Gilbert. Everyone wants to ask Gilbert. My God, you guys are so fast at these puzzles that the moment you hit a hiccup, you want Gilbert to explain it to us. Why are we going to take a chance of letting Gilbert spoil our puzzlement? Jonathan says, maybe we should take a look more at the map at where we were trying to go. Let me put this up here. Put these together. Okay, so we went north out of the gate. We went along the thing. We went into forest. Then he said we took a turn towards some structures. So I wonder if it means we're trying to go here. And then we set a trap. A 5 code answer. It feels like it's unrelated to this. Okay. There's some question in the chat of whether I clicked the wrong puzzle. All right, let's take a look at this again then. Did I click the wrong X? I think there's only one X. Am I wrong? There's only the one X. Wait, Nicholas says Antina's right. It's the first row. Oh boy, you guys are right. Okay, well, I'm not thrilled with that. So if you look at the puzzle, you're right. You are absolutely right. But boy, that is not great. So I clicked on the bottom right row here, when the right thing to click on is this one here. Boy, these are completely arbitrary puzzle symbols. Why on earth would you do that? You're completely unconstrained about what symbols you can use for these puzzles. They have no meaning. You could pick anything. Why on earth would you do that? Okay, we're not gonna let me thank the chat for finding that. Boy, we've got a good group here. Okay. And once again, my carelessness is hurting us, but you're keeping me honest. You're catching me. All right. So it's actually, here's another advantage of using this keyboard and tablet, because if you just tap on the tablet, you don't see what I'm clicking, but now you can. So you did see that I clicked the wrong one. Okay, let's click this now. Okay, 4-digit answer. That makes more sense. Good work, Antina. Antina is angling for MVP for this session. Okay, so we need a digit or a letter for probably each of the 4 things here. So the first digit letter is going to be determined by this. That might be a 9, but then the second one is this. Third is this. Fourth is this. In fact, the first just might be this little curve here. How do we get a 4-digit out of that? How do we turn each of those into a letter or number? First, second, third, fourth. Everyone wants to ask Gilbert. I'm not asking Gilbert. We gotta take advantage of the rare moments when you guys don't have an immediate answer and spend our time enjoying that and looking at this. Jonathan says, I think the symbols are the real runic alphabet, which does have those two similar X symbols. I see. All right, let's see. First, fourth, third, second. So what do we know about this? It's a circular spiral. The third, fourth, and second are weird. They're not connected to the main spiral. First, second, third, fourth. Maybe tilt the card to see something else. Boy, you guys are reverting to your old ways, huh? This game seems more logic oriented than visual stuff. No thermal stuff. First, second, third, fourth. So, I mean, just looking at it, it looks like one of the old kinds of puzzles that we're familiar with, where you sort of assemble these shapes into something. But if it's a 4-digit answer, they're not going to combine to form, they could combine to form one number, one letter, but uh, hmm. It does occur to me as strange that they seem to all be, seem to be like they might be contiguous. So like, I know I was doing this before. Here, where's my thing? So if the first here. Is the first even just there? Is that what we think, or is it the whole thing? All right, let me just say, let's say it's this one here. Then it feels like we could continue this curve this way. And if we continue the curve, then continue the curve. It doesn't make sense. Keep trying to make that make sense. It doesn't work. Is it possible if the first one is this whole thing, then could we carve it up with these other ones? Like, would that carve it to a 0? Maybe it's not spatial at all. That's certainly possible. Let me just see something for a second. If we do this whole thing, is it possible that the second carves it up somehow? Surely not. I was thinking, could you carve this up by drawing lines to give you 4 digits? But I don't see how. Well, it might not be spatial at all. It's true. If it's not, what would it be saying? Hmm. What does your gut tell you about this first thing? Is it just this little curvy thing here? Or do you think first is this whole thing? The words are written a little odd. Is there any clue there? Like they're sort of strangely, like you can see that E has got like the shape of it is a little weird. Almost like it's hiding some information in it. Maybe it's a simple 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. Well, I did consider the 0. I did absolutely consider the idea that it might be ZERO if, in fact, these things combine to form a circle. That's why I was trying harder to get a 0. I'm almost willing to try the 0, though, because that did occur to me. Like, when you combine these, you almost get a 0. And maybe you do get a 0 if you're a little more careful. There's first, then second, then doesn't quite make 0 though. It almost feels like you could almost get a 0 out of it, but not really. If I can't make a 0 on tracing paper, I don't feel great about trying it. And I'm really not happy with this first one about knowing whether it's connecting. Hmm. 9696. Channel is coming up with some stuff, but it really feels like reaching. I don't know where you get 2, 3, 4. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 1. Where do you get 2, 3, 4, 1? 9696 is a theory that it's just the first one is a 6. The second one is a 6. The third one goes this way, would be a 9. The fourth one is this way, it's a 6. I don't like it. We go from outside the spiral inside. So that's a 6, the first digit. The second one I don't buy it. It can't be something where we have to try a bunch of ambiguous stuff. It has to be. I don't think it's spatial, just the numbers. I mean, you could definitely make the case that the first one is a 9. Okay. Then we go to the second one, and what's the case here? How do you turn that into a digit? There's no reason to prefer this way, which would be like a 2, versus this way, which would be a 6. Then you're just going to get all 6s. If you do the same thing with the third, you might as well go this way and make that a 6. Just feels to me like too much shot in the dark without. All right, let's ask Gilbert about it. So I'm going to say, go back, Gilbert. Combine cards. Take a look. This is the part we said we didn't like, though, when we're asking Gilbert not for his background information, but for a hint, a cheating hint. 048. A magic trap. What about these letters? Okay, Gilbert, not much help from you. Go, Gilbert, go away. You're not helpful. What if, sort of running out here though, but what if we're making a mistake by focusing on the spirals that we can see. And wonder if it's not closer to this. Like this is, all the letters are on this spiral. The inner spiral rather than the outer. And then the first is here. The second is here. The third is here. And the fourth is here. Does that help us? So the second is here. The third is here. The fourth is here. First, second, third, fourth. That doesn't really seem like it helps us. What if we draw 1, 2, 3, 4? That doesn't really help. I'm just making a mess. Nicola figured it out, and so did Antina. Okay, well, let's see what the channel has come up with then. John says, I think Antina's was second. Okay. Could the answer be letters and not numbers then? I think Gilbert is saying the letters are important. Second letter, fourth letter, third letter, first letter. Nicholas says, Antina got it. Of each word, Nicholas says, but not precisely. Of the word spiral. Nicholas says, it's incredible how the hint from Gilbert was enough to tilt me in the right direction. Okay, so is what you're saying, it sounds like what you're saying is, you take the word spiral, first letter, second letter, third letter, fourth letter. No, that doesn't make sense. What are you saying? If you take the first letter from the first word, you get F, E, I, R. That's not what you're saying. Nicholas says, I'm not sure if I like this puzzle. And Tina says, I think I got it too. You're all talking about Gilbert's hint. What about these letters? Well, I did point out that the letters look weird. Can we see that some of the letters look weirder than others? Not really. They all are weird. Like the F is weird. The F is weird. These look normal. The E is weird. So it's not a weirdness of letter. first, second. You could say the first letter, the second letter E is weird. Is the third letter I weird? Is the fourth letter R weird? Not really. Nicholas says, I'm not sure if I like this puzzle, but it surely is clever. Letters do look weird, but those who have solved it know that they've solved it. All right, well, I don't know, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I do see the solution to this puzzle. Gotten some hints in the channel. One hint was that I was very close to it before. Another hint was that it's an element. Let's solve it and then talk about it. Okay, so what is the solution here? Yes, okay. Channel was just reminding me that I was stuck on standby while I was refreshing my coffee. I'm drinking this Papua New Guinea coffee from Mad Goat, which is a coffee company locally, with some half and half and some of this creamer, sweet creamer, which is just sweet cream flavored. It's quite delicious. Okay, so how is this working? What is the thing? So we're going to read it as we initially thought, as if we're going this way, like this. That's our spiral. The first word is first. We're going to take the first letter of that, which is an F. Then we get to this word here, and we're going to take the third letter of that, which is an I. Then we're going to keep going around, and we're going to take the fourth letter of this word, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's an R. Then we're going to keep going around and take the second letter of this word, which is an E. And that's our answer. We thought about that. In fact, I tried picking out the odd letters that felt to me like we looked at these letters and they looked suspicious. And I thought maybe that had something to do with it. This F looks suspicious, but it's not the F we care about, it's the R. Oops. So the suspiciousness of the letters doesn't help you. The key thing that helps you is that it spells out a word. That's the only thing I guess I object to here. In many puzzle games, you would know, okay, I'm looking for a word that might make sense, and that would help you know that fire is the right thing. But we've also already been taught in this game that it could be a random set of letters that could be the answer. There's no reason we should assume it has to spell out a word. So that's the only thing I have a slight problem with. But I do like that we could have anticipated that this would be the order, first, third, fourth, second. And maybe if we had written those down in that order, first, third, fourth, second, it would have been easier to pick out. There you have it. I'm not sure how I feel about it either. But surely that's the right answer. I am glad we didn't get a hint. The channel solved it quite a bit before I did. A little bit of a tricky one, but completely within the realm of acceptability. Okay, so that's our answer here. F-I-R-E. Burning hot. Read paragraph 123. Okay, that one took us a while to do. That one felt like there were... Let me contrast this to Escape the Asylum. Last comment about this. That was tricky. You could argue how much you like, how reasonable it was. However, this is the point I want to point out to you to contrast it. It took us a half hour, an hour, however long it took us. Everyone who figured it out knew they had figured it out. So that's the difference. That is a reasonably good puzzle. It seems to me that you can't really argue about it. The fact that once you figured it out, and you did figure it out, and it only took 40 minutes, half hour, whatever, you knew it was the right answer. And to me, that's the mark. That's the dividing line. Whereas if you get to a puzzle where you're like, let me try these 10 things because I don't know what the answer is, then you know you've got a bad puzzle. Okay, this is going to get discarded. Surely 123. That took us some time to get through, but it looks like the reward is a nice big paragraph. You speak the word and the barrier around you starts to burn, and after a while it disappears completely. Still confused, you hear someone approaching. With no time and place to hide, you stand your ground and wait until you're approached by a man in hunter's attire. Ah, no meat for me today. It's okay, he says in a voice that is unsettlingly playful. You come here on your own, take you. I will to a place called home. But first you must heed my plea. Take you must something for me. Back I will be in a moment. By then you bring my component. You try to talk to him, but he does not answer any more. He points a finger in one direction and leaves. Even though the man seemed raving mad, you see no other way than to follow what he's shown you. And so you find a clearing in the forest. Discard 48, that's the one we just used. Take cards 47 and 164. Okay, 47, 164. Use card 164 as a location card and take 2 tokens. Okay. We might need to refer back to that one, so let me just make a note about 123. Hunter. All right, we may have to reread that in a second. It told us to take these cards. It told us to take 3 tokens, which we add to our supply. So we've got 3 more. That's nice. All right. Well, let's see what these cards are. Nicholas says, Jesse, check. We're not on standby anymore, right? I am live now, right? Surely I am. I just want to make sure. It would have been... Did it say 3 or 2? It said... Oh, it said take 2. Thank you for keeping me honest. Okay. I wouldn't have minded that extra. Okay, so here are the 2 cards it gave us. Look at that. So it's a small card as a location card. And then here's our hunter, and it says, if you combine the hunter with the proper item, you'll leave this location and proceed to the next one. So it gave us 2. And here are our choices. This looks like this might be this squiggly tree there. That looks like it might be that, don't you think? Yeah, that's where we are. What's this thing? This looks like a little bit of a bird's nest with some eggs in it. I think this is a little robin's nest. There's a very intriguing thing here. Okay, he wants an item. He's a hunter. He's got a bow and arrow. Scraggly old guy. He wants an item. Okay, let's reread what he wanted. No meat. Okay. Take you I will to a place called home, but first you must heed my plea. Take you must something for me. Back I will be in a moment. By then you will bring my component. So he wants a component. Follow what he's shown you. Okay, what has he shown us? Come here on your own. Take you I will to play. He's going to take us home, but first you must heed my plea. Take you must something for me. Back I will be in a moment. By then you bring my component. He points a finger in one direction and leaves. So it sounds like he's pointed to one of these directions, but Gilbert's not telling us which direction he pointed. Well, that's awfully weird. John says, let's go mess with the nest. Maybe a bird will come and attack us and he can shoot it down. It's really weird. It almost sounds like we're supposed to be able to figure out. Even though the man seems raving mad, you see no other way than to follow what he's shown you. Follow what he's shown you. And so you find a clearing. I guess maybe that means we got to that clearing. So we got to that clearing with the weird tree. So it seems like probably the tree has got to be the key thing. Where he's pointing on the card is an interesting idea. He's not really pointing, though. He's looking at something, though. I suppose you could... But how would you know which way to put this? Like, you could put it here, you could put it here. But if you put it here, where is he looking? He's looking at a whole cross section of the cards. That does not help us. The vines are at the tree. Don't go there, says the channel. Vines are there. Don't go there. Huh. He wants a component. Oops. He wants a component. We see where we are. We're in this little thing with the tree. But it does look like the trees are being infested by vine. And this place sure looks interesting and not really infested by vine. Although, is it? Is down here some vines? This certainly looks like a puzzle. So if we go here, we could work on that puzzle and learn more about what those things are. And an egg's nest doesn't really sound like a component. Bring my component. This feels to me like a higher likelihood that there'll be a component on there that he wants. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to bring us over here. And the reason I am is that this is just a shot in the dark because of a nest, which is intriguing, but it feels like component is more likely to be something on this thing. And then the other rationale I have for you is that, well, as someone's pointed out, there's lots of vines here. But the other rationale is that surely we're going to need to know what these things are. So why not explore one of them first? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go there. 112. I'm not sure that he doesn't want the nest, but I am sure that I want to go there. So 112. The strange statue looks even older than the trees surrounding it. Coming closer, you notice that it has some moving parts. Maybe that's what the crazy man was talking about. Doesn't seem very confident, but moving parts. Okay. So there's our piece. It is part of a puzzle. I don't know why it's labeled horizontally. Is that a clue? Why is it labeled so oddly? That's weird. I mean, that is interesting that he goes that way. I wonder. Boy, that's weird though. All right, let's take a closer look at this together. So it's a puzzle card. We don't know if it goes with multiple parts. It's horizontal, which is very strange. It's got a compass rose on the bottom. So we have north, northwest, west, northeast, east. We've got three things lining up. Here we have a flag, a castle, and water. These look like map locations. Like this is this symbol, is this item. This is a castle. We've seen flags on the map. We've seen water on the map. We've seen houses on the map. So is this saying that if you look north, we'll see three of these? Let's look at our map. Hmm. Okay, I'm not sure how to make of this. So look here for a second. If you go on this line, you see these three of these things. But actually there's three this way too. 1, 2, 3 in a direct row. So is that our three north statues? Flag, castle, water. I don't know how to make use of it though. How does that help us? What does it want from us? And what's going on over here? Maybe a compartment that opens. What's going on up top of this? Weird. Certainly seems to me, though, that what it's asking us to do is spin these. So if I had to guess, the answer is which three things do we line up here? Or where do we turn these to unlock it? I'll note, in addition, that this could be a puzzle that needs more cards. It's possible that we have to search around this to find more cards first. So let me see what the chat is thinking, and then maybe we'll go to the thing and look up what it wants. John says, I read it as 3 discs of symbols are the parts that can move. I agree. Like tumblers for I agree with you. Then Antina says, but what direction is the last one? I think it asked for the direction. So the first disc, northwest. Okay, I don't understand that concept, but okay. But if you read it as, if we look at it and see that this guy has an arrow under him, then it's reasonable to say that what it wants from us is what angle do we rotate this for this guy to be pointing at. So right now it's north, north, north. So if we are in this clearing, then is it asking for, is it saying that one guy is in the north, one guy is directly south of us, and one guy is directly east of us? Look at that. If this is where we are, then is it asking for north, south, west? Those are the three. Now, what order would it want them in? North, south, and west. But what order? Or does it not matter? Is there anything about these that make it look like they're numbered, like one is a 1 and one is a 2? Look, I want you to show you this. Look at this. Is that the number? Is that a number 1? Let's look at these carefully. Maybe we need to look at the big printed official map to make sure we're not missing anything. Okay, if we're here, is there anything different about that compared to that? Compared to that guy? Not really. They all look the same to me. Let us think of it in a different way. So I said north, south, and west, but let's make sure that you can't get to a different one if you go on a diagonal. So if you go on a diagonal, so if you were to go northwest, you'd go bop, 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 bop. You would hit one. And then you'd hit another one. So, and what about here? No, here you wouldn't. What about here? Okay, so it feels like that can't be what it wants because there's too many ambiguous solutions. Let me see if the chat has better theories than me. There are 3 different locations north of us. We could rotate the tumbler so each symbol matches a location north of us. Can we see the map and the card together? Let me show you this one. Maybe it's easier to see. But it feels to me, let's also not forget that this is, for some odd reason, labeled this way. But okay, anyway. North, right now we've got 3 north. But we think we have to tumble this. But why would one be better? Why would... Let's go to the app and see what it wants. Let's see what it wants as an answer, what the form it wants its answer. This is weird. This is interesting. This is weird. So this is this puzzle. Whoa. Look at this. Answer format from top to bottom, 4-digit code. Let's click needed cards and make sure we just need one. Yeah, that's as we expected. Okay, it's a 4-digit code from top to bottom. Well, that's a bit of a clue. It's obviously not going to be cardinal directions like north, west, east. One of those is going to be at an angle. But why would that be? Why would it not be north, south, and west? Why is it probably a combination of this? And how do we know what's top to bottom? How strange. How intriguing. Is it possible we're not here? Sure looks like where we are, right? Tree, statue. Surely that's where we are. Okay, we're definitely here. So what would this statue want from us? Why is it pointing us? Why does it prefer one over the other? Oh, okay, hold on. It's got to be the other patterns on the wheel. Don't you think? Like this one, this top wheel, we're looking for one with a flag to the right and a structure to the left. And the middle one, castle to the right, trees to the left, and forest. Let's find that. So that's this one here, look. That's this one, trees, castle. Okay? So this middle dial is for this one, which is directly west of us. So that's the first answer, west. Now, what's the next one? Let's look at this one, flag and water. Okay, let's look at our map. Where do you see flag and water? Well, it's not this one. It could be this. It's not this one, no water. Could be this one. Is that a banner and not a flag? Could be this one. But it seems like it might be this one. Let's see. No. Let's, if you face this one, the flag is on your left and the water's on your right. I don't think that's what this is. I think if you face this one, though, then you've got water on your left, flag on your right. That's not that either. Is there any other possibility? Or it's got to be one of those. Wait, they're different. This one, if you face it, water's on your, if you face from above, from here, then water's on your right and flag is on your left. And that's what this is. Water's on your right, flag is on your left. So that's that. So the bottom row is this one, which is due south. And then the top one says, as you're facing it, structure on your left, flag on your right. So let's see, if you face this one, whoops, sorry. If you face this one, you've got flag on your left, building on your right. That's not what we want. But what about this one? No flag there. What about this one? Both on there. What about this one? We're looking for flag on your right, structure on your left. That's not it. There's no structure. Let's see. What about this one here? No. Let's look at this again. What am I? Top one says you look at it, you've got a structure on your left, flag on your right. Structure on your left, flag on your right. Why am I not seeing that one on the map? Structure on your left, flag on your right. Unless it's not. Unless it's not as you view it, but as it's viewed from the north. No, it's got to be as you view it. I'm sure this is the right approach. I'm convinced of it, but let me see if the chat has spotted something I'm not spotting. It sounds like you guys have figured out you've come up with something different and that I'm wrong. Or not. You're saying northwest is the last one, which would be this one, but this one would be flag on the left, building on the right. But if I look at this doesn't match my expectations. This has building on the left, flag on the right. Maybe the order of these doesn't matter? Or maybe it's not direction we're looking from. But then there would be no reason for me to pick the south one. I mean, I do think it's likely this one, but okay, so if I pick this one, the building is to the northeast. So perhaps the directional thing is absolute. So in this case, the building is to the northeast as we're facing it. And this is on the north, flag is on the northwest, which is consistent with this. Flag is on the northwest. Okay, so let me just check my bottom one because that's the other one. In this case, the flag is to the northwest. Sorry, northeast. and the water's to the northwest. Let's just make sure that's right. The flag is to the, no, in this case it would be southwest. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused. So if I had to guess, I would guess that the answer is northwest at the top, pointing to this one with structure and flag. Then the middle one is clearly pointing at this guy. So that would be west of us. And then the last one with flag and water, I said was south. So looking at the whole thing, northwest, west, south. But I need to convince myself why the northwest seems to have the flag and the structure in the wrong order if I'm meant to be viewing it from this perspective. Does the chat have a theory for that? The statue looks to the north. There are markings on the bottom. So you're saying this is this way. You're saying this goes this way because there's our north. And if that's the case, then doesn't really help me understand why I would to prefer one over the other. So let me see if I can do a better job of summing up the problem I'm having here. Having, I think, figured out the basic idea, let me try to sum up the problem here that I'm having. This guy is on a direct line to this guy and this guy. What's the difference between these two locations? They both have a flag and water. Flag and water, which is what this bottom thing has. Flag on one side, water on the other. So how do we differentiate between these two? Well, if you're looking from here, one has a flag on the left as you look at it and water on the right, and the other one has a flag on the right and water to the left. So opposite locations from water and flag. So if you look at that, that order has to be what tells you whether to prefer. This order here has to tell you whether to prefer one or the other. I thought that this would be telling us that the flag would be on the left as we look at it and water on the right, which would point us to this one. The problem with that logic is if you use that, that logic works for this one, but that logic fails for this one. Oh, wait, it doesn't. Flag on the left, structure on the right. Okay, it doesn't fail for this one. It's right here. I don't know why that was so confusing to me. Wait. Oh my God. Sometimes the brain, it's so frustrating. No, that's not consistent with this one. We look at this one. But I guess it depends which way you're looking. All right, channel wants to rescue me. If you turn the top dial towards the northwest, then on the left would be the flag, on the right, the structure. And now Nico is changing my mind. So I think you might be onto something, but if I face this north, we've got it basically. We're just trying to reconcile this. If we face this north, then, and we orient this guy towards where this water, we want to do this one. Let's do this one. Okay. We face this guy to where he is from us. Let's say we face him to this one. Then when we do that, that becomes northwest, which clicks over here. And then to the right of that would be the structure. And to the left of that would be the flag. So that is consistent with this one here, which we intuitively believe is right. Now we just have to convince ourselves that the same logic tells us that we favor this one. So now we're going to say face the thing we're looking at. Face the thing you're looking at. Right, which is this way. And then when you look at it, this is going to be the bottom row. When you look at it from here, structure right. Well, it's a little confusing to me. It's a little confusing to me. I believe this is the answer. There's something we're not quite getting in terms of what's to the left or right. Let's put this answer in, then we'll look at the hints if we're right. And if we're wrong, we'll rethink about it. Okay, so that's the puzzle. This puzzle here. Okay, from top to bottom, we believe the answer is northwest. So from here, northwest is this one. That's the top rung of the thing. Northwest. Then the next one in the middle row seems very obvious. Oh, that's what it is. This order is looking from the place to us. So look, if you're here looking towards us, the structure's on your left, the flag's on your right. If you're here and looking towards us, the trees are on your left and the building is on your right. If you're here and looking towards us, nope, that's wrong. Okay, it's a little inconsistent. If you believe that one, it should be this one here, but that would be too many wrong things. So let's try this. Let's try what we originally calculated and let's see if it's right. If it's wrong, we'll revisit. Okay, enter. Yep, okay, it's right. We need hints here. Let's see. The map of Wyrmwood is very important. Find your location based on the location card. All right, we got that. You are in a place with a big tree and a totem. Now turn the discs in the correct directions. The base of the totem will show you north. Find whatever you see on the totem disc on the map and then move the disc to the correct positions. And then there's our answer. All right, well, we got it right. We just couldn't quite figure out why left and right is significant. maybe you can't say it's insignificant because we have another one that's got the same things to the left and the right. There has to be a reason why that one's wrong. Nicholas says the puzzle is wrong. Okay, so let's make a note for us. Puzzle C120, we think it has a bug, right? Okay. So we're going to put this off as something to come back to and study. I'm going to make a note about that. That was a weird one. It feels like maybe a bug there. But nevertheless, we figured it out with the hint of knowing how many things. I'm not sure what the explanation is of that. Maybe we'll get on Board Game Geek afterwards and look it up. Okay, but we did get the right answer, 103. And Dina says, Asylum looking more appealing now? Alex says, maybe it was just the nearest ones. Interesting. Okay, well, that was funny. But okay, P103. I mean, aside from that, I love that puzzle. Like, when I hit on what it was, I was very excited. I just didn't like that the answer seemed a little bit ambiguous and wrong. As you turn the totem around, you hear a loud click. After a while, you realize a small compartment popped open. Inside, you find a growing mushroom, unlike any mushrooms you've seen before. You take it with you, hoping this is what the Mad Hunter was talking about. I feel like if we brought him the egg, we're gonna get one thing, and the mushroom we're gonna get another. So it wants us to discard the totem map and take card 55. I feel like maybe we could have gone for the egg instead. I think the egg might have been a thing to get. Where is the totem? Oh, here, I threw it away already. Discard card 120. Yes, okay. All right, so 55 is what we get. We've got the mushrooms. I think if we had gone to the tree, we would have gotten those eggs. So let's make sure to come back and check for... Oh, we could go get the eggs now. I just realized. So we went there. We unlocked the totem. Now you guys have a tough decision to make. So let's look at this. This is pretty cool. All right, let's look at this and think about it. He wants a component. We've unlocked this puzzle and got him these mushrooms, and it says, I hope that's what he was asking for. But if he wants food, it could also be this little tiny nest of eggs. We do have 3 spare actions. So this absolutely looks like a little bit of a clue that there's something there, like if you spot with your eyes. So the question I have for you is, do we just go and bring him the mushroom and say, I hope this is what you wanted? Or do we go try to get the eggs also? Jonathan says, this guy was talking pretty weird. I'd get he wants the magic mushrooms. I think let Gilbert smell the mushrooms, says Nicola. Also, I think like he's a hunter. He would be able to get those eggs himself, don't you think? So like, I think we should just bring him the mushrooms and not mess with the eggs. Although the eggs could give us another puzzle. But I think thematically we're trying to be efficient. All right, but I will let Gilbert check out these mushrooms and see what he sees. All right, so we're going to combine some cards. We're going to tell Gilbert to check out these magic mushrooms and see what he thinks. To eat or not to eat? Okay, Gilbert. I see. Gilbert's not particularly helpful when it comes to these things. Okay, so it's time for a vote. I've already made clear what I think. I think in the sake of efficiency, clearly we've got the rarer item, but we can have a vote. Do you want to vote hunter or vote nest? John says maybe he can make the mushrooms poison for his arrows. Did I make a... I remember if I made a screen that's better for that. No, I need a screen that shows the top down. Okay, vote hunter. Let hunter take a trip. All right, 3 votes for the hunter, no votes for the eggs. We are now going to do the hunter. One thing to remind you, there probably is, if one had to guess, I can see there's 10 viewers on the stream. So there are people that are watching but aren't participating. That's completely fine. Let me remind you, though, my general policy is if someone speaks up that's never spoken up before and you say, hey, I'd like to do this, you will get extra weight. So we might, if someone from the background wants to tell us to go for the eggs, the nest, who's never had a choice of what we do before, I would be willing to do it. Alex says, I like the idea of the nest. Well, do you want to spend your chit, Alex? Have we gone with Alex's suggestion before? If you want to spend your chit and have us do something that the group doesn't want to do, I'm willing to do it. But unless I hear anyone speak up, we're going to go give it to the hunter. I feel like the hunter would have gotten that nest on his own. Surely he can get his own eggs. All right, we're going to stick with what we decided. And we are going to try to give him the mushrooms and see what he thinks and save our tokens for when we need them. So here we go. Combining cards. Gonna combine the hunter. We're gonna give the hunter card 055. Let's see what he thinks about that. Before we do this, let me point out that if you look at this, this is the obvious place to go. This is what you'd think most people would do to get him what he wants. But this is the very subtle thing. And I think you could argue, we've already seen that sometimes the game gives you 2 different ways to do something, and doing both is very inefficient. Like you only need one. So I think once I convinced us to go here, we sort of lost our chance. And we'll lose some sanity if we go for the egg. So I'm afraid we're locked in. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Paragraph 141. I kind of regret not going to the nest because it was so hard to spot. I kind of regret it now. Strange mushrooms in hand, you walk back to the place where you met the mad hunter. As he sees you, his smile gets even wider. Good job, great you are, he chirps and you cringe. Now we go, it isn't far. You did what I could not do, now the riddle's solved by you. You get tired of the nonsense babbling really quickly, but as you see no better options, you decide to follow the man anyway. After a while, you get to a forest village where you lose sight of the hunter as he blends into its inhabitants. You decide to greet the villagers. If you have cards 47, 55, 59, 112, and 164, so basically these are all the cards that we could have alternatively solved this puzzle. Like we have 164, we have 140, we have 47, the hunter, we have 55, but there's a bunch of cards that we didn't pull up. Those would have been alternate puzzles, like maybe for the eggs, etc. So let us put a note for us to go back to see about that when we finish the game. 164. So we'll come back and see after we play the game if we want to see things we might have missed. We'll come back for that. Okay, and then it says take card 158. Okay, we've met a new village. This is pretty exciting. And read 131. 141, and now we're going to 131. Let me just make a note. 141, and then to 131, which is our village. Where do you think he led us? Let's see if it tells us now. So we got this card. Path of Elements. You've escaped the town through the forest. Hey, look at that. We just got +3 stamina. Okay. That's pretty exciting. What's this thing? This is a new map of our village. Let me take a look at this before I cover it up. Is there anything new on this map? Oh, look, it shows our path. Look at that. So we went to the clearing with the tree, and now we're over here. Boy, that's pretty cool, huh? Everything else looks the same. Anything else different on this map that we don't know about from our main map? I don't think so. It looks identical. But maybe we should pay attention to it, because if there is anything else on this map, it could be a clue. So let's look at that. Come on, this is pretty darn cool. Okay, so we're going to get +3 stamina, but it also shows us where we ended up. Anything on this map that's not on this map is the question. Doesn't look like it to me. Okay. So checking in with the chat, Alex says, I don't like how the game limits our choices for exploring the locations. It's interesting to explore them, but you start to think you're not supposed to. Well, I agree that it is there's a real conflict there. But we could explore. So this must have come off the place we just were. So it's interesting also that they don't have like you could see how they might tell you, okay, for an easier difficulty level, start out with 2 extra tokens. It's kind of strange that they don't, but okay, we spent that one that was on our card. We still have 3 left, unless I've gotten something wrong. Someone can tell me if I cheated by 1. I don't think so. I think we just spent the 1 on that 1 location and then moved on. All right, now we have a bunch of extra stamina, which is good because now we don't have to rest anymore. We can focus. Maybe that's a good sign, a good hint. Okay, and now we're told to read 131. Perhaps it would be best if we take a break first. We're going to take a break, then we're going to go into that village and read paragraph 131. It's exciting. I can't wait to see what these villagers tell us, see if they're all crazy like the hunter. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're playing Children of Wyrmwoods, an Escape Tales game. We've just discovered a village. We're about to read it. I have gone and marked the map with stickers showing our path. Now we're in this village here. You can't barely see that that's a village, but if you do zoom in, you can kind of see that it is a little village there, with the worm vines creeping in on it. We could have looked for that nest of eggs, but I feel like maybe that's the second time that the game has offered us multiple ways of solving a puzzle. It really feels to me like we could have gotten those eggs, and maybe he would have been okay with those eggs. But for efficiency's sake, I do think it makes sense then for us to try to be smart about not pursuing two ways to do the same thing. I feel like we've been pretty efficient. And just one more thought. I did think a little bit more about the totem puzzle, and now that I think about it, I do think that was a little bit of a bug in the puzzle, but I think someone was probably right that maybe it meant for us to not consider this one because it's not the closest one. Like maybe it's asking for the close one. So like that one's close, that one's close, that one's on a direct line, that one's on a direct line. So is this one, in fact, but this one is sort of up through this guy, and so maybe he doesn't count. All right, here we go. 131. As you get close to a group of people watching you, it begins to feel as if the ground is slipping out from under your feet. You fall down. Is this for sure what we were supposed to be reading? Let me just make sure. Strange mushroom in hand. We gave it to the hunter. We took 158, which was a status that gave us +3 stamina. Then read 131. Okay. The ground is slipping out from under your feet. You fall down and lose consciousness. When you wake up, you see that you're trapped in a cell. Your belongings nowhere to be found. You shout for help, but only hear some scraps of a conversation about a cult and a dangerous people from the town. I wonder if these people don't suspect us of being part of that cult. Except for your character card and any modifier cards, turn all other cards face down, but do not discard them. Well, we don't have any other cards. That's weird, huh? I mean, we have our modifiers. They're glued onto us. So we could have had some other items like that ring that we never got, or those eggs, maybe. Ugh, I hope we're not making a mistake by trying to be too efficient. We're not getting all these extra items that might help us. Take location card 7. Take card 133. Okay, location card 7. Card 133. For now, don't take any action tokens. First, you need to escape from your prison cell. So we're put in a prison cell and we're basically told you gotta solve this before you can continue the game. And we have no action cards. So we just have to solve this puzzle based on this is what we're given. We're not told any orientation for it. Let's take a look at what we've got. It looks like a top-down view of a cell that we're in. There's the grating, which you see is here. And now look at this. Light, light, light. Light, light, light. So I think maybe this gives us the orientation. And we've got some colors here. Green light, blue light, yellow light, white light, streaking off in different directions. Got some limes, a chest, darkness. And then if you look at this, what's this here? Green, yellow, blue, white. And this is, maybe we should orient this the way this puzzle is. So, green, yellow, blue, white. We've got a grate with vines on it. And then it almost looks like these are two torches carving out a passageway. So I wonder if we're not looking at this with the two torches on the left and right carving out a passageway. Although I see the vines here. I see. Okay, this isn't a top-down grate. It's a grate. This is the grate. This is this. So is it like this? Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what we're looking at here. It looks like we're looking at maybe this. That's what we're looking at. This is a grate stacked this way. And these are these two torches here. Or I suppose this way might make more sense. So this is like this. blocking our way, and we're in here, I guess. We can't get out through this gate, which is here. I believe that's what we're looking at, though it's not completely clear to me. All right, and we've got a grid here. Yellow, white, blue, green. Here we've got green, yellow, blue, white. Green, yellow, blue, white. All we're told is we want to get out of here. I guess you might read this puzzle to be telling us that this is the order we have to put these in. We have to come up with a code that's in this order, if I had to guess. Green, yellow, blue, white. So if you look at this, green, yellow, blue, white. And there's a line as if these are different locations. Green, yellow, blue, white. It's probably a 4-digit code. I mean, you could assign these grid locations if it was an 8-digit code. You still wouldn't know what's left, what's right. I mean, what dimension to give first, so that's clearly not it. It's not on a straight line, so you couldn't take directions. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars. See what the chat thinks. Green would be yellow and blue put together. There should be shadows of the vines to those spots. Sorry, there is a green, just the shadows. The vines must form numbers or letters through the gap. Green is probably 3 above the Y. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's do the grid. I think you're right here. I think green goes first. It's this thing here. Then comes yellow, which is going to be this location here. These are going to do something for us. Let's see if we can do it. So I suppose it could be turned the other way around too, but let's try it. So if this is our green, then our yellow would be here. Green, yellow, blue, white, green, yellow, blue, white. What if it's upside down? Green, yellow, blue, white. Huh, this is clearly the way to do it. Either this way or this way. Clearly, it's got to be something in this cell that's important for us. Then whatever's in this cell. Then whatever's in this cell. Then whatever's in this cell. Do I need to do the tracing again? Or is there something I'm missing? And it could, of course, be upside down. Let me just try this again. It seems like I spent so many games resisting this kind of operation that now I just do it. All right, so green is first. That's not what I want. I want this. Okay, so if it's this way, green is that. Oh, this doesn't work. What am I trying to do here? Would it be on top of itself? Let's see what the chat says. And Tina's already figured it out. Okay. Once again, green, yellow, blue, white is the green, yellow, blue, white is the color there. And I don't know what the significance of the light directions is, but I do know it sure seems like that for green, we would be looking at this cell. But maybe coming from this direction. Then the yellow, we should be looking at this cell. Which could be the yellow cell looks like this. Then the blue cell is this one. And then I'm lost. Doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't mind it if it wasn't 85 degrees in here, I'll tell you that. Tina says, think of the way the shadows are cast. What's on the bottom of the card in one card is at the bottom on the other. Start with the white that's in the center. Green is the one above the Y symbol. All right, well, that is how I have it. But it doesn't solve my problem of what to do now. Unless you're saying it's this way. Which I don't really understand why it would be. So it seems to me it's this way. Looking out. Green is here. Sorry, green is here, but how do we use that? If I try to string these together, green, yellow, I don't get a consistent thing. It seems like Cantina's already figured out, but I have not. But I'm gonna go take a look at what this puzzle wants. So it's a Y shape, which is this one. It wants 4 digits. Well, that makes sense. It's the 4. It's the 4 colors: green, yellow, blue, white. Okay, so the question is, if this is indeed the green space, what number or letter is this? Does the direction of the light help us in any way? Is there any orientation here that gives us a number or a letter from that? It's coming from this direction. I don't see it. White is a 2. Okay, well, the white is here. White is here. This looks like it could be a 2, yes. What could this possibly be? Here's our blue. What the hell is this? Unless it's upside down. And it's upside down, it's this. That's no better. What number is this? Is this a 4? I don't... that really? This is a 4, this green? And then this yellow is a what? This is not a number. What's happening here? Ah, it's this heat is getting to me. So you're saying it's going this way. No, you're not, because it can't. Or are you saying that we can't orient it? Why, that's frustrating. Are you saying that you have to imagine that these are reversed so that it doesn't align? We're not going to get it to align this way because it's sort of like looking through a thing. And so the green is coming through here. And the blue is coming through here. It doesn't help me. How do you get a green out of that? How do you get a number out of this? It doesn't make sense. All right, I gotta slow down. I'm getting frustrated. So if I look in the chat, here's what I see. Yes, no, yes, it's a 3. Okay, so what we're saying, I guess, is that we have to imagine this is over here like this. And so if this is over here like this, then the green is being cast by this thing, which Antina says is a 3. And then the blue is being cast by this one. No, I can't do it. That's going to be a 4? Can't be. That's a 4 and that's a 3. That's what I'm supposed to believe. And then the white is this one, which is the 2. I'm a little bit more willing to believe. But then the yellow is this one? No, guys, you can't convince me that that's a number. You can't do it. This can't be the yellow. This can't be a number. Yellow is top, like the, oh, it's over here. That's a 6. Now, what number is this? Oh, sorry, it's over here. That's the 4. I don't like it. I find this one very confusing. These are these spatial things, I guess. Maybe there's... I mean, I'm not disagreeing that that's the answer. I think you're right. But boy, that is just frying my brain. With these spotlights, like trying to reconstruct a 3D scene from this. I find this very confusing, trying to make sense of this from a 3D representation of why you would look at this through this. I, I I don't quite get it. I guess you're saying if you cast a shadow from here like this, that you're saying this grid cell, this cell is cast on this shadow. All right, I guess that's right. So the green thing is being cast by this cell, which is a 3. I suppose you can argue it's a 3. Boy, it's a reach. I wish it doesn't feel like they needed to make these things so hard to turn into numbers. But okay, then this is up here, which I guess we're taking as a 4. Sorry, that's not our next color. Our next color is here, which is a 6. Then the blue, which we're taking as a 4. Then the white, which we're taking as a 2. So 3, 6, 4, 2? No. Which one do we disagree about? Green is the 3. Yellow is the 6. Or why shouldn't it be a 9? Okay, yellow's that. And then comes the blue, which is this thing here, which I read as a 4. But I suppose if you could imagine it a little more imaginative, you see a 5, but I see a 4. And then the white is last, which is here, which is clearly a 2. So I get 3, 6, 4, 2. Those aren't ordered above, just matched. Okay. That makes no sense to me. Okay, but I get 3, 6, 4, 2. I see. Jonathan's answer is not in order. All right, so 3, 6, 4, 2. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just that heat doesn't help, but I'm not thrilled with this puzzle. Okay, but 3, 3, 6, 4, 2. 3, 6, 4, 2. 86 degrees. Bang, bang, bang. Read paragraph 137. All right. I did not like this puzzle. I can't argue against it. Obviously, it was solved. It was solved cleanly by Antino quite a while ago. And eventually it can make sense of it. We did get the basic idea that this grid was this grid. And I suppose the shadows we should have taken more seriously. Often when a puzzle gets missed, it's because I didn't take something seriously enough. But this is a good example of going beyond, like making it a multi-step thing. Like this is enough of a challenge that you don't have to make these things so ambiguous, so hard to get numbers out of. That's the part I don't like. All right. The channel says turn on the air conditioner. I'll turn on the air conditioner on the next break. Maybe this is like I'm being tested. Let's see how hot, how much heat I can take. All right, 137. It just makes it a more interesting challenge to have to do it in 90 degrees. Wondering about the point of leaving clues to open the lock on the door, you run out of the cell, hoping to remain unseen. Looking around, you notice another small cell with a woman trapped inside. You also have to pass by another cell like this, one with a mumbling man inside. The cell next to the door leading out. The cell is next to the door leading out. Okay, so we get out. We notice a small cell with a woman. And then another cell near the door with a mumbling man. Okay, it says discard the vine card. But we keep this card. Doesn't say to get rid of this one. It says take location card 14. Take game card 33. Set up the room according to the map card. Take a number of action tokens equal to your current stamina. Interesting. Well, that's good. And interesting. Okay. So we went to 137. All right. So we get rid of this card. We get these two cards. And it looks like this is over here. And this is over here. Yes. Okay, well, that's unusual. I don't remember ever seeing this before in the previous game. So these are aligned like this. And why are they doing this? I really wish they wouldn't do this. They're making it look like tokens are supposed to be put here. But okay. So no reason to go back here, but you could go here, 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 or here. Okay, and then we've got two cells here. This is one with a tiny woman in it and a mumbling man. And they're locked in two cells here, not in the same cell. What's going on here? Let's take a look at this. He looks like a torturer. Is he in a cell? You have to buy another cell like this one. Another small cell with a woman trapped inside. Has to buy another cell like this one with a mumbling man inside. Then it says the cell is next to the door leading out. What does that mean? Where is the door? Where is the door leading out? Do you see a door leading out? I don't even see doors into their cages. It's kind of confusing here. There's the locations we can go. A woman in a small cell. A mumbling man in a cell. They don't look like there's anything gate between them, but I guess we're meant to think there is a gate. Is this the door out, covered by vines, so that we have to go through him? Jonathan says the hunter's been arrested for illicit shrooms and he ratted us out as the dealer. I sort of see a passage covered in vine in the man's cell. Okay, so I guess we're in agreement that this is a passage out through the man's cell. So we must go out through him. The cell is next to the door leading out. That's very awkwardly phrased. All right, and then it says take a number of tokens equal to your stamina. Well, that's the good news here because we've got 8 stamina. So let's see, we clearly get a bunch. 4 and 4. That's a lot of stamina. 8 stamina we got here. So if we had focused instead of resting, we might have 1 less, but that's a lot of stamina. So we got time to do a lot of things in here. I mean, of course, we want to save our stuff. I don't see, I guess if we look in here, we might talk to her. She might give us information about this guy. Talk to him. Check out this bear rug. Table of food. Might get us some health back. We don't really need much health. All right, well, where do you guys want to go? Jonathan says, I see a toilet in the bottom right. We can search for Vault's bottom. You're right. That is a little potty here. Put this away. All right. Well, let's start by going to this woman. I'm curious to hear what her story is. So we've got plenty of tokens now. It's time to find out if this is someone we want to rescue. So 135, and I guess I'm going to have to shift everything here. See if you can still see it all. Okay. All right, 135. Here we go. In a cell much smaller than your own, you see a woman. She is trying to say something, but her voice is too weak. It takes you a while to realize she's blind and therefore unable to provide the precise help you need right now. Take card 30. We did find the other keys in that bucket, says Antina, and Alex said where it could be a puzzle. That's a good way to think of it too. Okay, here's 30 when we look at her. Whoa, look at that. That's part of a puzzle. She's got a very cool looking necklace. That's almost like a necklace. This is almost like this artist created an interesting looking necklace. You could almost make that necklace and wear it. All right, so there's a puzzle. We don't know how many pieces to it, but we strongly suspect that there's an additional piece needed. She's blind. She can't provide the precise help you need right now. All right, so let's just put that aside. I'm sure that's not a puzzle we can solve yet. And let's go back to our map and see where we want to go next. I mean, we do have to get out through here, so surely we're going to have to look in here. So let's do that. Let's go over there to 121, right? That was the logic we used before. Like, if you're going to have to get out, you might as well do it early and see what it wants. The guard is staring at his shackles and mumbling continuously. How do I do it? How do I get out? He repeats constantly. As you approach, he looks up at you, a spark of hope briefly brightening his eyes. You help me, I help you, he says, and immediately lapses back to incoherent mumbling. Take card 173. Okay. So I'm afraid this is another situation where we have multiple ways to do it. This troubles me. So he stuck his hands out the grate for us to help him. And we see some stuff here that looks very fishy, like almost two N's or question marks, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I think that's what we're looking for, a 4-digit answer. Look, I see a 4 here too. Feels like there might be more to this puzzle, but I'm not sure. I'm starting to worry that there are multiple ways out of here and we've gone down 2 paths. He looks like a torturer, though, so if we have a choice, we'd rather help the woman than this guard. So I'm a little nervous about even trying to help him. All right, what does he say? How do I do it? How do I get out? You help me, I help you. So how does he get out? So he's caught in here. Any early theories about this? I still kind of want to check the toilet. The game's trained us with the bucket. You're right, it has. It certainly has. But boy, do you really want to stick your hand in the potty? That sounds very unpleasant. Sure looks like a 4, but what would that tell you? I also don't want to rescue this guy. We could take a look and see how many puzzle cards go with this one. But even if we knew how to undo this, I don't think I would want to undo it yet, because I'd rather have a different way to solve it. So maybe we put it off. All right, where do you guys want to go next? We're going to go somewhere else. These blue things are weird. What do you think these are? You think these are signs that we could read? Let me just move this out of the way. On the other hand, surely we're going to have to get through here. But we don't have to help him. Let's go here. Let's go here, see if there's some sign, or if there's at least a suggestion that we could open this on our own without letting him out. So we're going to go here. We have a bunch of tokens, so that's 158. Let me just put that over here near her. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to be able to get out without helping this guy, or we should just accept that we have to help him? A door with ornaments and spaces to put some plates. What an intriguing mechanism. Take card 79. Okay. So this is a different puzzle piece. This suggests to me that we may have multiple ways to get out, and one involves helping the guard and one may not. What if we got a place to put plates? I see. They're saying this is a platform that you would put plates. It's yet a third puzzle. This looks a little bit like her necklace. What a weird set of things here. Sure doesn't seem like we have enough to solve this. So I think we put this aside here. I marked that we went here. And it seems like we probably need to go somewhere else. All right, Jonathan, do you still want to go look in that toilet? Plates, 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 plates. Let's go here. That's 138. Maybe I should slow down and get more help from the channel before I make some rash decisions, but let's see. Inside the chest, you find all your belongings. Surprisingly, the chest was not even locked. Wait, I went to the wrong place. Okay, I went here. Ah, that's a shame. So I went here instead of here. But we could have gone there anyway. All right, I have to punish myself by going here. All our belongings, but we had no belongings. That's terrible. All right, well, a wasted thing. That hurts. Here's where I wanted to go, 174. All right, that hurts. That hurts. Wow, this is feeling like I'm making terrible mistakes. Table seems rarely used. It must have been used to prepare food for the prisoners. Judging by how stale the ingredients are, that probably hasn't been done for a while. That's it. Wow, that is painful. So 2 useless places. All right, time to go to Jonathan's place, the outhouse thing. 126. Am I getting careless? Am I not thinking about this long enough? Because we're making some I'm making some careless, I don't know, mistakes is the right word, but Near the latrine, you notice the worm vines hanging from the wall have endings shaped like numbers. You decide to take a closer look. 175. I really hope this isn't how to help this guy, because I don't want to help that guy. Okay, let's see. Yep, that sure looks like the card to help this guy. Oh, this is painful. This is painful. So I guess if we look at the patterns on the vines, what do we see here? This one doesn't look like it's for any of them. But what about this one? The last things are the last 5 going from bottom to top are right, left, right, left, right. Right, right. That's wrong. 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 I guess it must be this one. Right, left, alternating. So that's this thing here. Goes to the 81. And this one is, nope, I'm misunderstanding something because this is also right, left, right. Oh, is there a thing here? Right, right, left. Nope. That's weird. It's a little confusing. Surely it seems like we should just be identifying which vine is which by these spikes. But are we meant to think that this means it's 8181? Oh, you think it's more logical that we're somehow counting these? Interesting. Is it 9 times 9? No, it's not multiplying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What does your gut tell you about whether this is some algebra? Right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right. So there are different patterns here. Do we think this says 13? So that's going to be a 13. They're all double digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 minus 1 gives you 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 minus 1 gives you 3. 1 minus 1 gives you 0. 1, 2 minus 1 is 1. Okay, so the left count, you just subtract 1 to get this number. Okay, that's that. So this is going to be a 0. This is going to be a 1. All right, so for the left-hand digit, you just count the number of spikes and you subtract 1. But now what's going on with the right-hand digit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the exact number. But then here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we get a 3. And what about here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then here we get a 1. Is it modulus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Modulus 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't quite work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Modulus this gives you 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Modulus 3 gives you 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Modulus 0 gives you 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Modulus 1. Sorry, modulus. How can this not be right? It was so seeming like it was working. This modulus 1's not going to cut it though. Wow, that really seems like it's got to be close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 6, 7 modulus what gives you this? So 7 modulus 3 gives you 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modulus what gives you 0, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 modulus what gives you 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 modulus what gives you channel says the ones place the number 10, the amount of thorns on the right side. The number 10 minus the number of thorns on the right side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10 minus 7 is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is 9. Okay. So, boy, that modulus looked like it was going to be the right answer. It just got stuck one place. All right. So left-hand side is -1. The right-hand side is 10 minus the count. So to get the jailer out of his chains, the left-hand side of his first thing is 1, 2, minus 1 is 1, and then 10 minus 3 gives us 7. Why can you not see that? So 1, 7. And then here we've got 1 minus 1 is 0. And then on the right-hand side, we've got 10 minus 2 is 8. So I get 1708. One 708. But now we've got this, if that's right, if you disagree, let me know. Now we've got an agonizing decision to make. about whether we're going to let this jailer out just because we know how to answer his puzzle. That is... And we've just wasted 2 actions here. That is really painful decision. Jonathan says, I would have liked it better if it was modulus like you thought, Jesse. Well, I appreciate that. So we can unlock his vines using the thing. We haven't solved this puzzle. We haven't solved her puzzle. We're told that we got our items back, but we have no items somehow. She has got a cool necklace. And she's blind. She can't tell us everything she needs. What is this weird chest here on the top? What's this weird thing? I do see some plates here too. Well, I think we need to have a vote. This is a tricky situation. I feel like I'm torn. Let's have a vote where you want to go. Whether you want to open up his thing right away. Well, I'm not promising to abide by the results of a vote, but let's hear what the channel wants to do. You can vote to escape him. You could vote to go to where you could vote to go. Your choices are to let him escape, or we could go here and look for plates and next to the woman thing so that maybe we'll see what she wants. Or we could go here. And I'll note that we do have 5 left. So we ended up with some bonus ones because we chose to do this. So I guess I would argue that now is the time to cash in some of our advantages and try to go for a better story here where we help the woman rather than the guard. Jonathan says, I don't think by solving this puzzle we are opening his cell. Well, I agree with you. That's the problem. By solving this puzzle, we're helping him, setting him free, and he's promised to help us. But I fear we're going to help him. He's either going to double cross us or he's going to let us through, but keep the woman from being helped. And it would be better for us to find an independent way to open his door, which is what that plate thing was. Wow, 2 votes for freeing his hands. Jonathan and Antina. Boy, that's risky to go against both of them. Alex votes for plates, though, which is what I want to vote for. If I hadn't messed up this, wasting actions here, it would be so much easier decision. Why do we not have items? That hurts. Is there anyone in the audience who can vote for plates and rescue me here? All right, Jonathan says, I'm changing my vote. and voting for plates. Change vote plates. It should register. That should be enough. That's it. Jonathan did it. Jonathan changed his vote. We're going for the plates. All right, here we go. Vote, turn off. We're going for the plates. We're cashing in. We built up a little supply of them, so now we're using them. We're going here, which has got barrels. It's next to the woman. It's got barrels, and it's got little plates in a little box here. Here we go. 125. Hopefully this is the right thing to do. Okay. The cell bars are obviously overgrown with vines. Take card 116. Okay. I should say, for all we know, the woman is evil. Okay, well, there is the woman's second puzzle piece. Of 2, of 3, we don't know. Okay, what have we got here? It looks to me like we've got letters and numbers in these grids. That looks like a B, a 7. It looks like she needs 3 codes to get out. 3 codes to get out. And if you had to guess, you would guess that we have to find the squares of the grid that match this. Like, is there thickest, thinnest? Where would we find thickest and thinnest? Or do we just have to find here? Do we just have to find 4, a space of 4 that gives us 3 digits? Is that what we're looking for? Like a grid of 4 that has 3 digits in it? And that looks like a 7, that looks like a 2, that looks like a 3. So is that our set? But why does she have 3 digits and 4 spaces? A 3, a 7, a 2. Maybe a 4 here in this set. Surely this is the right idea. Surely it's a 3-digit thing. I see 4 potential numbers, a 3 here, but not sure what the thicker thinner means. I mean, some of these bars look thicker than others, but not in a way that matches that. This could just be an ordering, like this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Oh, maybe it's not 4. Maybe it's there. It's not 3. It's not 3 numbers. It's 4 squares. 3, 4. Okay, so 4 squares worth, and we can see at first glance we've got a 3, a 7, a 2. But are those the right? And there's possibly a, what did I see, a 4 here? But boy, that's stretching it. But so if it's 4 and 4, Is it possible it's trying to tell us to divide the whole thing into 4 quadrants? So that first we find the number that's in here, then the number that's in here, then the number that's in here, then the number that's in here. I like that idea, but I don't see what number's in here. Too bad, that's a fun idea. And that would give us an ordering. Like if we're supposed to go by the thickness, 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 1, 2, 3, 4. That might be our 2. Sorry, I can tell it to stop. There, now it shouldn't jump around. Okay. Is there a number in this quadrant? Don't see one. That's too bad because that would be that would make some logical sense. Then this, if that was true, this quadrant would be the 3. This quadrant would be what? The 7? That's not right. I mean, we could have Gilbert look at this stuff. Doesn't feel like we really need it, though. Seems like we should be able to solve this. I do see a bunch of numbers up here. Could we divide just this? We divided this into 4. We'd have a number here. I don't see it. And that's with me guessing that the order of these is by their thickness. But I don't know if that's the right way to think of it. Does this mean that in this part, it's something that's in this whole thing? See what the chat says. Maybe 7 on the top, 3 squares from the right. 7 on the top. I don't see it. So it would make logical sense if each quadrant had a number in it, but I don't see a number in this quadrant. Another way you could read that is a set of 4 that gave you 4 digits. I don't see that possibility. And I see a thick line dividing here and a thick line here. So this does seem like it's naturally broken into 4 quadrants. So that gives me more confidence in the idea that each quadrant should have a number in it. Is it possible we're supposed to look at it from her standpoint? Just don't see any number in here or letter. Whereas here, there's clearly a 3. Here, there's no clear number either. I mean, this 7 seems to be broaching both quadrants, so that seems unlikely, although you could get a 2 here. It can't be that open to subjective interpretation, though. Dawn says 0 where you can't see a number. That can't be. they're so ambiguous as is. It can't be that one answer is to say I don't see a number. All right, I'm going to ask Gilbert what the hell is going on here. So I'm going to ask Gilbert to look at this grading, which is card 116. So, all right, Gilbert. And then 116. What do you notice? More worm vines on bars, really? I agree with you, Gilbert, completely. Let's take a look at what this puzzle wants. It's the M puzzle. Oh, it does want 3, not 4. That's confusing. I thought I had figured out that it wanted 4. From looking at that, originally I thought 3, then I thought, oh, I see it's 4, but it's not. Wait. That's very confusing. What's happening here? Are you trying to tell me that's telling us 3? Let me see if I've typed in the wrong puzzle again. That doesn't seem right to me. The puzzle is the M puzzle. So it's clearly this puzzle here. So it does want 3. That's very confusing. I can't tell if it's the exhaustion and heat or that this puzzle is getting worse. Does it need more cards? Okay, let's see. Needed cards. Surely it only needs 2 cards. 2 puzzle cards, yeah. All right. So these combine to get 3. I am not happy with this one saying 3. But let's think about it now. Maybe there is some logic to it. Maybe it's saying there's 4 cells. Is it saying there's 4 cells and we're looking for the thing that connects them? So there's 4 square cells and we're looking for the connecting line? What would that mean? What would that mean for her? Are we being told that first we have to assemble the 4 lines and then somehow we have to decide a code that represents what's between them? Or what's minus them, like A minus B? Is that what it is? Like the first digit is this cell minus this cell, and this digit is this cell minus this cell? That does not seem right to me. But I am not happy with how ambiguous this is. Show Gilbert the necklace, okay. So Gilbert, take a look at this pretty woman and her necklace. What do you make of it? Hey, it's really interesting necklace. Maybe it means something. Okay, Gilbert. Okay, Gilbert. You really don't want us asking you questions, huh? All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We will get this solved. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I know that the air conditioner noise is loud now. I'm going to turn it off in a second. I just thought I'd keep it on a little while if we're going to spend our time in silence. I did not spend any time looking at the puzzle because as soon as we went to break, I went and ordered another air conditioner. I do have one in this room. It is a quiet one. It was an expensive quiet one, but it's obviously not quiet enough. So I ordered a better one that's one of these U-shaped ones that's supposed to be a pain in the ass. I'm not sure it will even mount in this window, but I can't take it. I got if it's 75 degrees outside and 85 here now, I'm just imagining when summer comes, the impossibility of even playing in this room. So you guys say you don't hear anything, but I've got some noise reduction now, so when I'm silent, it's probably doing noise reduction, but when I'm talking, you can probably hear it. It's quite loud to me. All right, well, it sounds like you guys could live with this if we had to. All right, so let's recap here. We've discovered 3 puzzles in this room, and we've been to all but one location. And now we've solved one of the puzzles, which is letting the guy out through his handcuffs, the guard, but we're reluctant to do that. We've now gotten enough puzzles to solve her necklace problem and help her, but for all we know, she's a psychotic witch and she's going to kill us or do bad things. But we can continue and try to solve her, which I think we'll do. But the other option we have is that we could try to solve this puzzle by going to this one last location. I mean, that has to be, well, it's not necessarily has to be. It could be that if we save her, then we can do the other puzzle. So I guess we should save her first before we even consider anything. So we have to figure out how to save her. And we're having some debates about the craziness of this. We're told it's a 3-digit answer. Why is it not? Okay, we're told it's a 3-digit answer, which looks like those dashes then are our answer instead of the 4 squares. I wonder if that means we should be looking for numbers 1, 2. Okay, wait, let's stop for a second. I see something. I see that there are her necklace things going from thinnest to thickest. Okay, that's a huge discovery. Those are her necklace pieces going from thinnest to thickest, as we sort of guessed. But now we know that that's what it's telling us. So if you look at, it's saying the connection between the things. So if you had to guess, you might guess that what it's saying is the first digit is this connection. Then the second digit is between the connection between this and this. And then the third digit is between this and this. If those are quadrants, is the first number here? Or the first letter? Is it an... It almost makes you think that Like that looks like a 3. That looks like a 2. That looks like a 7. But between here and here, shouldn't we be looking? Oh, guys, stop with this in and out. Should we be looking for something that doesn't bridge this gap? And then, but how would we, but how would we talk about between these two? I feel like we're making a little bit of progress. Let's see how many cards it uses. It uses 2. We verified that. This puzzle needs 2. All right, so this is telling us the order. And if you look at her necklace of squares, you look at the necklace of squares, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's her squares in order of thickness. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the Z that it wants our codes in. And it wants 3 things, which seems to suggest it wants the connector. So what's the connector between this and this? It should be something on the border here, don't you think? Is it an A? But then the next digit or the next letter would be the connector between this and this. That would be something here. That makes no sense. Unless this is a minus, in which case we should be looking for something in here minus something here. This is a 3, but that wouldn't make sense because then eventually when this subtracts from this, and then this from this doesn't make sense. Is it not quadrants? There's a plus in the middle of her thing, making you wonder if that's, but that's, surely that's here. Quadrants really make sense to me. Just don't see how it could be any other way. If we assume that that's a 3, and then that's our clue. Nicholas says, I figured it out. Of course you did, Nicola. You want to put on the think timer? Okay, let's put on the think timer. Where's my thing? Okay, there's our thinking break. So we're going to work on this for 10 minutes. Then Nicola's going to tell us his solution. Meanwhile, we go back to this. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to see it now when it's on this thinking break. Oh, something. Two. Another option is that it's not quadrants, but it's some grid of 2 by 2 where we find numbers. Why is there a grid of numbers in there? That looks like a 3, but it's totally wrong configuration. That looks like a 7. In fact, this 7 looks like it could be the thing that's between this quadrant and this quadrant is a 7. And then this quadrant and this quadrant could be an A if it wants letters, which I really don't like. But between 1 and 2, that's just terrible. Certainly this 7 could be between this quadrant and this quadrant. That makes sense. Let me just look at this again and make sure it is in the right order. Oh, I can't see it this way with the break on it. What if I do this? All right, well, it's clearly going in order. And Tina says, I think I have it too, and I don't like it. Okay, all right. Okay, what about the order is this, then this, then this, then this. So if you put this grid and then you put this grid, then you get a 3. Okay. And now take this one and put this next to it. So the end of this, which is here, and the start of this. So the end of this and the start of this. So I think we see this happening. Then where does it line up here? I think I need my, God, I hate to do this again. I'm going to take off the thinking break because I can't do it at the same time. Let me see if this works. If it doesn't, you'll tell me the answer. So I need to turn off the thinking break. Okay, let's see if this makes sense. So basic idea was right. Let me lock in here. Okay. So if the basic idea is that it's one is here, 2 is here. Okay, so if you do this as the first quadrant with these 3 lines here, they continue here. That gives you a 3 as your first digit. Okay, then the next connection, according to her thing, is between this quadrant, which ends with this, like this, sort of. And then it connects to this one. Oh boy, this is a mess. Okay. So if that now connects to this, this is just the worst. This is the worst. I'm gonna lose my mind if I try to do this. That's that quadrant, and I'm claiming that it should connect to this quadrant. I feel like in my heart this is right, but I'm going to lose my mind trying to do this. Why is that? Why would that be? Why would I be losing my mind trying to get the right answer? It's this quadrant, followed by this quadrant, followed by this quadrant. So that's what it is. It's this 7. Is that right? That this line is forming the line of this 7? I think that's right. 3, 7, and then next comes this next to this. So it's this thing here, followed by this. Is that right? Which gives it a 5, 3, and then this way. So my guess is that this is 3, 7, 5. Is that right? Is that what you think it is too? 3, 7, 5. This is the last item on her thing. So this comes last after this. If you put this next to this, 3, 7, 5. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I was able to get it. These spatial things are so hard for me. This is very similar to the grading one from before in that I feel like the core of this, the heart of this puzzle is great. The logic is so nice and deep that it's 4 squares. You have to figure out that it's the connective between the 4 squares. You have to figure out that these are the ordered squares, that they're thick here. Like the core heart of this puzzle is so clever in that it's all these different pieces going together, and we could see that there are some numbers. The part where it frustrates me is that once you figure it out, it should be easy to line them up and say, yes, that's clearly the number 7. That's clearly the number 3. Like this one worked. This, when you connect this to this, you're like, aha, I get it. That's a 3. But boy, trying to make a 7 out of this without cutting this card up was hard and unpleasant and made more confusing by the fact that there are extra things here. I don't think that was necessary. I think they could have kept all the beauty of this puzzle and made it not so confusing to do the actual lining up once you've solved it. Okay, I'm going to turn off the air conditioning here. You tell me how much better it sounds with the air conditioning off. So here it is on. Here it is mostly off. It's sort of shutting down. And here it is basically completely off. So you tell me how much better it is now that you can hear the difference. All right, Nicholas says, I like this one. And Jonathan says, good work, guys. Okay, well, I'm learning to, what's the term for when you accept your small victories? Dawn says it sounds the same. All right, that's good. Nicholas says, the solve would have been more satisfying cutting it up, but it was doable visual exercise. Yes, maybe we should have just accepted that we should cut up this game. Would it have been easier? And this is the first one that it really would have been easier. All right, well, we've solved it. Let's let this woman off. And Tina says, no difference. Dawn says it's same. Everyone says it sounds the same. Are you sure you're listening? Well, that's great news. Then the noise reduction is working, and I can cancel that extra air conditioner and turn the air conditioner back on. I think it's the fact that I have a big giant computer. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monitors plus a laptop plus all the equipment plus the 3 cameras plus 3, 4, 5 lights. It's like in this room, I'm running a space heater. Is basically I'm running a high-powered heater at all times in this room, all for your benefit. And for my benefit, because it's clear that alone I would not get through these games. Previous stream I could hear something, and this one no difference. That's interesting. Okay, well, I may turn it back on then. Let's put in our code for this woman's necklace and see what happens. Now, we don't have to. If you guys are nervous about setting this woman free, she could be a witch. She is blind, though, so it seems like we have the upper hand on her. All right, let's try to solve it. I am excited that we persevered and got this puzzle solved without freeing the guard. We may still have to free that guard, but at least now we got a chance of an alternate thing. All right, so there's our puzzle. And we believe the code is 375. Merciful. Read 170. I don't know why it likes giving us these little adjectives each time. All right. So 170. What do you guys think? This is a good... It's always good to find opportunities to test your world models. What's your theory for, are we going to have to unlock the guard before we finish this location or not? I'd love to hear your theories. But before you tell me, let's read here. Tracking back on. You free the woman from her cell and walk her out into the corridor. She holds your arm with shaking hand, but follows you diligently. Her dried throat manages to whisper the words, thank you. But afterwards, she goes silent again. Discard cards 30 and 116, which are her puzzle cards, and take 108. So if we're lucky now, we're going to get the other piece of the plate puzzle and be able to leave without freeing the guard. That's what I'm hoping. 108. Okay. 108. Here we go. John says, I do think we'll be able to avoid setting the guard free. Whoa! What on earth? All right. So that is unexpected. It's a modifier card, not a puzzle. And let's take a look at her. She looks a lot more fetching now that we've freed her. She does look like she could be a witch, though. She does look like she could be a dark spirit of the dark arts. With that goth eye makeup. Look at the makeup she's got on. This changes everything. So she's going to give us some more charisma. And it sounds like she's holding our arm so we can escort her out. But she did not give us a puzzle piece. All right, well, I'm going to attach her to our party, although I'm a little hesitant to, because I'd like to, we may need to have another look at her for a second. But I think we need to have Gilbert take a look at her. So maybe before I attach this, let's ask Gilbert to take a look at this card and see what Gilbert thinks about this woman. Let's combine cards. All right. 034 versus 108. Hello, miss. I'm Gilbert. Okay. Oh, Gilbert. Gilbert. All right, so we got an extra 2 charisma. We have no idea why we want charisma. We have no idea what that does for us. Jonathan reminds us Gilbert is already in a relationship back home. That's a good point, although he's left his girlfriend to be murdered by the Wyrmwood cult. I have a feeling this could be a sorceress we're dealing with, but all the better reason to befriend her. You have to give this game something. Like, the fact that we've got charisma and we don't know what it's for, 9 hours into this game, we have no idea why we want charisma, what it's for. That's craziness. All right, we've looked at her. He's introduced himself. Now we've got a similar situation on our hands. Think about it. We now have to either free the... We now are back to the same situation. Do you want to free this guy and move on? Or do you want to try to solve this puzzle? Now let's go confirm that that needs another piece of the puzzle before it can be solved, which certainly must be the case. It's B. 3 symbols. It needs what? What's happening here? How can it need 4 puzzle cards? I see. Well, that changes everything. Now we have to free the guard, and then we're going to get more puzzle pieces in the guard's room. I guess he's a guard, but has been locked up. I guess we have to free the guard now. Well, I suppose that's not true. Okay, let's think about it logically for a second. So it needs 4 puzzle pieces, right? There's one place we haven't been. It seems like now we're not going to be able to leave the room as soon as we free the guard. Surely there's going to be more stuff on this table for us to use. But how could that be? I suppose we could free him and he could hand us stuff. Is that what's going to happen? We're going to free him. He's going to put stuff through the door for us. I guess that's what I have. All right, everyone wants to free the guard. But now Jonathan's saying, let's just check this extra space. I'm inclined to check this extra space now. But surely we're going to have to free the guard. There's no way we're going to get 3 cards in here. So I think we're going to have to free the guard. There's no possible way to get 3 cards from this, is there? No. So surely we're going to have to free him. He's going to have to give us at least a couple cards. I think we're going to have to go here. I think we are going to have to go here. But now I just don't see any way to avoid freeing him. All right. Here we go. I'm a little nervous about this, but it looks like it's time to solve this puzzle. Unless you think we should go to that other space. Okay, where did I put 1708 was the answer to that one. All right, we gotta all right, let's just free the guard. And if I regret this, I'm not gonna be happy. Okay, so it's not this puzzle we're on though, it's the guard puzzle, which is the upside down Y, which is this one. We know our answer is 1708. If it makes us leave the room now, I'm not going to be happy. In fact, I may not even obey it. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. Enter. Read 145. If it tries to get us to leave this room, I'm going to balk. Okay, 145. You tell the guard the correct number sequence, and he somehow uses it to free himself from the shackles. Thank you, old one, he yells and runs away. That's odd. You're definitely not old. You find some plates where he sat. You very quickly get them through the bars. Okay, so we had to free him. Our fear of freeing him was unwarranted. We had to free him because we need the cards. So it's telling us to throw these away now. Take a bunch of cards now. I see. These are the rest of the cards. We're throwing away the 2 pieces there. 66, 102, and 165. Wow, this did get us 3 things all at once, though. 66, 102, and 165. Okay, back goes the air conditioner. Okay, so 102, 165, and 66. Okay, so if these are 3 puzzle pieces, then we've got everything we need for the final puzzle without going into that other space. So indeed they are. So this puzzle needs 4 pieces, and here they are. So maybe we never had to go here. All right, well, let's see. What do you make of this interesting setup? Let's see if we can put it in a way that lets us see it better. Okay. Well, are these wooden plates that this writing is on? Is that how we're supposed to understand this? Let's look at our symbol. So there's the symbol that's here, except it's got something in the middle of it. And then where's this squirrely symbol? Up here. So is the squirrely symbol like this? But this shouldn't be here. And this should circle around. What is this? This seems to be saying these are the three angles we have to put them at, right? Like there's that card at that angle. Then you'd expect there to be another card at a different angle. Whoops. And then this card should be at this angle. Where's our Z? Where's our Z? Okay, guys. Okay. The Z has a double line and then an arrow, but not a circle. This could be part of the Z. It's definitely the right idea. This seems like the only one that can be this middle thing. So then the Z has to be to the right of it, and this has to be here somewhere. Or does it? That's not quite right. Maybe the trick is... Let's see what the chat says. Overlap all cards to form the Z. Stand the cards on edge. The last symbol seems easier. You will form a triangular shape with the cards where A overlaps B, B overlaps C, C overlaps A. Okay, look, I want to know how it's possible that someone can do this visually without these cards in front of them. So we all have the right idea. The question is, exactly to do it. Let me make space here. So this is obviously a clue about how to orient them. Like one goes this way, one goes this way, one goes this way. This looks like, okay, this is going to be this. Here we go. Here we go. Is that right for this guy? No, he's got his arrow this way. And then we said this one has to curve like that. Something like that. Okay, something like that. All right. So one that way, one that way. Is this, even though it's got this on it? But then where does the Z go? Something's fishy about this. Like, how do we read off a code when we do this? This feels like this has got to be our square box because this thing doesn't have a circle in the middle of it. So, is it that, like, this goes like that? Where's our Z? Z with two things in the middle of it. Feels like is that feels like I have to undo all this and blues. This feels like this might be the other end of the Z. Well, that's a lot of is that the Z? No, we need an arrow at the end of it. Boy, that's close though. Is our arrow gonna be like that? Boy, that is almost. I mean, that's the Z, but everything else is broken. Is it possible that you form one at a time? I'm sure there are multiple ways to form this Z, but is it possible that let's just think about this for a second. So there may be a configuration that will line all of these up at the same time. Or you do one at a time, and somehow we get a digit from each of these. Like, what digit would we get from this set? Let me see what the chat says. And Tina thinks it's one at a time. The way you put the cards is like the top symbol at the door. Well, Yes, I said that and I agree with it, but I don't know exactly what that means. Like I think it's clear that this is how you arrange the cards, but that would put one here. I mean, it's not clear what really that means. And now I've taken apart my Z. So when we say we want to arrange them this way, that's not that's not a full answer, is it? What do we think that means? Does that just mean one is flat, two are this? I mean, what does it mean this butts up against this and this what? It doesn't really, not unambiguous. It's very ambiguous. But if your intuition is that it's one at a time, let's do the weirdest one then. Let's do this one at a time. This symbol here. What is it missing? Not much, just the curve. So do we think this card is this card or this card? Not clear. Let's assume that it's the card here. It forms a triangle maybe, and what we want is what's in the triangle. Is that what we think it means? That we should be looking at what's in the triangle? So I thought this is what goes here, like this. This looks like this. If this is right, is this our flat one? This is our angled one, and so this has to go somewhere here. Could go like that. Doesn't really look right. But if it forms a triangle, then that does not look right. And what would it mean if it did? So something goes here. But this symbol is done. We almost don't need anything more. Is it this? Like this? It's not right. I mean, what does it want from me? What am I doing? I'm missing a whole part of this, aren't I? I'm missing a whole part of it. I'm missing a curve. Oh, this is unpleasant. This is unpleasant. The symbol will be formed in the center of the triangle. Okay, all logical. Everything is logical. It's just the unpleasantness of trying to make it work. Okay, clearly this is here, but it's not, I wasn't paying enough attention. This guy goes there, so something goes this way, like that. Okay. That can't be right, because this is that ridiculous angle. So logically, we think there's going to be a triangle formed from these cards. So there's that one. So we just need something here. But what does that mean? Okay, maybe it means we're filling in this triangle with a number? So we were saying that this could be this. What nonsense is this? Wow, I started out loving this game, but these spatial things really bug me. All right, it's clearly this. Or is it like this? But it can't be this because we're saying these triangle angles have to work, which could be anything like this. And then we expect to put something here, but what does that... Does that mean something's gonna... It must mean there has to be something in here, in this space, when we do it. Some number. If we use that logic, sure looks like it's this thing here. Boy, it's got to be frustrating watching this, but not as frustrating as it is being inside it. What symbol is in this triangle? All right, I'm going to leave this here and hopefully the chat can save me. I'm not trying with another shape. I am not trying with another shape. The third card you add must be in front of one card and behind the other. It's a circular overlap. Okay, you're saying it's got to be like this. I don't know why it must, but okay. Maybe it's this way. Okay, that makes a little sense that it's this way. The thing that's killing me is, okay, here it is. Something like this. Now, what the fuck does this want from me? And you can't even see it. Lovely. Lovely. Surely this is it. No? Is it that it's this? Maybe there's nothing in the center. Maybe that's what it is. And we should be paying attention to this? Boy, do I not like that. But Nicholas says that's what he thinks it is. Okay, so the middle symbol is a 2. Wow, is this unpleasant? All right. Okay. Let's do the square one. All right, let's try to mentally remember what's happened. So there's the arrangement. Wait, that's not the arrangement. Something like that. So no gap in the middle. I'm gonna have to draw this out so I don't lose my mind. So we have a card like that, a card like that, and then a card like that. Okay. Now the square. By putting that there. Something has to cover up this. Maybe these are the two. Maybe this is the squares here. Can't be that. But it could be something like that. That doesn't, that's not in our direction, is it? F you. Feels like that's right, but it not according to how we had it before. Okay, stop. Is it possible it's different this time? That it's not. I'm sure this is so frustrating for you guys, but at this point, I'm too frustrated by myself to worry about it. Okay, don't forget circular overlap. It's got to be frustrating because when you see it, when you see me put it in the right place, by the time you react, it's all done and I'm not even looking. All right, but let me try to do it the same way we did these cards before. But it can't be this way because I wish I knew whether it's even expected to be. I mean, that looks right. Okay, but you're saying it could be that this goes under this. No, it can't be that if that's that. This has to be there. But that doesn't get us anything, and it's in the wrong configuration, which I should know. I have the configuration here, but it doesn't seem to want to work that way. So maybe I have the wrong shapes. Unless it's not the same as the other one, in which case it's a different triangle, in which case I'm lost. Sure, seems like it's these. Let's think of different ways they can go together. What about that? Is that like that? But then that's wrong. Unless it doesn't have to be like the other one. Unless it's wings up this time. Problem is, let me put aside the square one that looks easy and do the one that looks harder because I'm stuck. That looks like the Z. That looks like the Z. But that is crossed off. you guys should feel free to just leave and come back tomorrow. This is not fun. I can't even see this anymore. Is that the bottom of the Z? No, that's curved, so that can't be it. Back on the square. Oh boy. Let's try it differently. One card should be flat like this. That's how we did it before. And then we had one card underneath this. Like that. And then we had one card here, but that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Because we would need to kill off this. And have an arrow here. Oh, is this unpleasant? Wow, I went from loving this game to having a session where it's been really unpleasant. Is that can't be RZ because that doesn't work. That could be the top of RZ. Then we need to put something at that angle. so crazy. Is it always going to be in this configuration? Should I be able to always do it in this configuration? Like this? Am I overcomplicating it? That can't be right because of this thing. I'm sure there are people that love these spatial puzzles. Channel says, channel is suffering. You had it, don't change it, add the third card. $102. I'm going to try to find, somehow they're going to try to tell me how to do this online, which seems nearly impossible, but it can't be. It can't be that way. It just can't, because there's no way to fix both of them. Oh, and you can't even see it. Okay. Wow. If this is this card, then we're totally doing something completely different from before. Now, if this is this card, but then this would be, fuck me. This is just infuriating. You can only imagine what it must be like to sit through it. Just staring down for 2 hours, just doing this. Okay. Well, this is what, when I work on the computer, normally at this point of frustration of programming, I'll be screaming and cursing. The neighbors will call the police, fearing that I'm abusing my wife or something. And then I'm just purely fueled by anger and rage. Which is where we are. And then eventually it'll get solved, but the supply of anger is just, it's an unlimited supply of anger, but it's just feels almost like, how is it possible for one person to get so angry? But it is possible. It is possible for me to get that angry. And you're seeing it. I guess you don't. How often do you turn on YouTube and see someone actually fully angry, the full emotional experience of being angry? I guess you do sometimes see on TikTok people getting angry, but whatever. But I'm looking at my card showing me how I arranged the cards last time. Maybe we should step back. Let me ask you. Do you think it's always this same organization? 2 at an angle and 1 flat? Can I just assume that and then start with figuring out what's the flat, what's the thing like this, what's the one like this? Are they always going to be like that? Can't be that, because this has to be 2 of these. And this doesn't form anything. I have a feeling I'm almost breaking it, and the channel could be screaming out that it's almost... Doesn't make sense. It's not a yes. What's the... How can it be a yes? There's no... Does this go on top of this? Oh my God. Really? And that's the 4? I don't like this. I really don't like this. I really, really don't like this. All right, but at least it looks like it's always this way. So let's try to stick with that and not change it. And the circular overlap was right. So let's try to do it again. This thing has to be in the center. To this way. Feels like this one has to be one of them. Or maybe that one. And this has to be one of them. Is this our square? But this is not, I keep doing this almost, and it's not right. Not right. Why do I keep getting stuck into that? I keep trying to do this, but that's not the right way. That's not the right angle. It has to be like this. But then the thing is here. So what am I misunderstanding about that one? It better not be that this one is different. It can't be, right? Like, this is the configuration it's supposed to be. They're all that way. So what am I... Why am I keep ending up that way? I mean, surely it's these. Do you think it's not going to end up like this, like these are? Do you think it's possible to have a different configuration this way? But then it's not, because we need a different overlap. Boy, does that look almost right, though. That doesn't make sense. We need it to be like this. So that can't be there. That's the shape we're trying to make. Now it's the narrow side. So you think it's different? Let's do it piece by piece. You think it's not like this anymore? It's not going to be like this? You say it's a 5, but I have to solve this. By the way, I feel like I'm having a, I'm not having cardiac arrest, but I feel like, whatever the Disney movie where the people are the emotions and you're seeing the control room, like the entire control room is ready to commit suicide in my brain. It's like this, put with the narrow sides. Okay, that doesn't work. Here's the question. Is it like this? Or is it different? The last two are like this. First question is it like that? Or is it a different configuration this time? because it sure feels like it's different. Okay, and no one's answering my only question. I only had one question. Don't know why I'm not getting an answer to that. Okay, so there it is. The 5. So to answer my own question, the problem was that this time it was completely different than this. Wow. I mean, it's really some researcher is going to do studies on these YouTube sessions of frustration. Like if you want to study frustration, someone else could do this and just love it. Love the puzzle of this. But for me, it's just so frustrating. And Tina says, how is it different? It just uses the narrow sides. Well, that's how it's different. That's how it's different. I mean, you guys are heroic for sitting through this. But, you know, this is obviously a little weak area for me, these spatial things. And it's the trying something over and over and over and making no progress that's just so frustrating. And it's not objectively a problem. Like sometimes we play these puzzles and objectively you've got a problem with it. And I guess I don't have an objective problem, although like if it's tiny bit misaligned, then you don't have a number. If you gotta get it right like that, I mean, if you know what you're looking for, you get it. But so it's not an objective complaint, it's just subjectively that's just really frustrating. And maybe one would be better off just taking a hint. But part of why we're playing these games is to see what happens in these moments of frustration. So we're going to move, we're going to advance along soon. It's 6.5 hours. We are going to answer this. I apologize for putting you through more, but one of my skills is perseverance, but I pay for it by having a very low tolerance for frustration. I get frustrated at the drop of a dime and my frustration goes to 11 very quickly. And this was just painful, 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 painful. And it was interesting to hear Nicola or Antina say, hey, they're the circular overlapping. So you figured that out. I'm not sure how you knew that it was always going to be circular overlapping. You were right, but even with that information, I couldn't use that constraint to help me. So I apologize, but we've now been through an experience together. This is like when the group goes through the near-death experience, they're more bonded. Maybe now we're more bonded. All right. 425 is our code. Boy, not enjoyable. Not enjoyable. It's our B. Boy, that took us some real time. I say us. It's me. 425. Freedom. Yeah, freedom. 173. Boy, that was painful. And everything got sent to hell here. Okay. There's all of our cards. You can't see any of that because I don't have the right camera angle. Okay. 173. Well, somehow some of you survived. Let me see. Concurrent viewers 9. So most of you stuck around just to enjoy watching someone go on tilt, which I gotta say, that's why I watch YouTube. These are the moments that if I was watching the coffee channel or whatever, I would be watching it for the cringe factor of watching the person lose their mind. So maybe you're getting a bonus today. You're getting to see someone lose their mind. The door opens up to some stairs leading to the surface covered with vines. You're free to leave now. Discard all the cards that were in that puzzle. So the 4 cards we solved that with. Take card 174. Are we free to leave now, or are we forced to leave now? Okay, so we're not forced to leave. If you want to exit the prison, combine this card with Gilbert. Okay, so remember we could have solved that without freeing the woman. And I suppose that this is why it's giving us an option. Can we send the woman to open the vines so we don't have to lose our sanity by touching them? So we've got 3 choices now. We can use Gilbert with this the way it says we should. Or we can go to this last place, which might get us a tool we could use. We've got 4 things left. Or we could try to combine the woman with the vines and see if she's willing to walk blindly into the vines. I mean, we could certainly try to combine her and see what happens. What do you think? 3 choices. Do you want to go to the last remaining place we haven't been, combine Gilbert with the vines to escape, or try to combine Elvira with the vines? Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Everything's breaking down. All right, what's it gonna be? If anyone is still out there, do you want to go to the last place, send Elvira to the vines, or try to go up the vines ourselves? Just phrase that any way you want. I apologize for getting snippy when you're trying to help me. I've noticed that if people try to give me advice, my wife already knows if she can hear me frustrated in this room, she just steers completely clear of me, because there's no way you could ask me if I want an apple you're going to get a nasty response. So I apologize for getting so snippy and frustrated when you try to give me advice or help. I just can't be helped. I'm very bad at taking help. Jonathan says we should go to the last square. I don't know about going to that last square. And Tina says, send the woman. Elvira. Alex says, send the woman. Probably nothing will happen. Let's try it. Let's try sending the woman. All right, so I'm going to clear the vote. Go to Elvira. Try to combine her. Here we go. It would be very funny if it let us do this. Do you think what's your prediction? Is it even going to have a response for this? So we're going to say, Miss, can you just walk that direction? It'll be fine. Nope, it won't work. Okay. Well, it's worth a try. All right, so let's put her back on our team. So what's it going to be? Walk through the vines or go to the last space? Probably that last space is not going to have anything good. And it's going to be yet another waste. But you never know. You never know. There is a crate there. And some vegetables and fruit. Maybe we should just lick our wounds and leave after wasting 2 spaces. I think we should just leave. Let's try to be smart about it. We've wasted enough time here. So I'm going to combine Gilbert here and get us out. So Gilbert, 174. All right, 107. Well, I guess I leave these here for now till we read what it says. All right, here we go. The path leading out of this prison is covered in worm vines. This time you see no way to avoid them, so you take a deep breath and just step right through. The moment you brush against one of the vines, your vision becomes blurry and you start hearing whispers. Quiet at first, they become louder, all speaking the same words. You are not like the others. You and she are like one. You will change everything. A dozen or more voices say in unison, Fear no harm from us. We all need you. Just as the meaning of the words makes it through the haze in your mind, your vision sharpens and your gaze falls on a white-haired woman, making her way towards a clearing. In the middle of the clearing, a tower shoots up to the sky. Just before reaching the tower door, the woman stops and looks back, her eyes locked on you. She winks at you and enters the tower. You quicken your pace to catch up to her, but you find the door locked. You suddenly feel she is the key to all the mysteries of Wyrmwoods. You must get to her. You must get in. Discard cards 33 and 174. That's our map and our vines. And the 2 location cards. Then if you have any face down cards, discard them all. So you would have lost your items if you hadn't opened up the crate to get them. But we didn't have any. That's pretty interesting. All right, and then we want to keep the 1 location card to see if we can find out if there's anything else there. And then it says take card 155. So if we had any items and we didn't recover them, we would have lost them. These are all discarded. All right. So 107. And then it says turn over this card. Only one without selfish intents may enter. So it's a new puzzle. Is it a puzzle in our brain? What's happening here? Path leading out is covered. We're going to take a break in a second. Path leading out is covered. You walk through it. As soon as you touch it, you see this vision. White-haired woman to a clearing. Tower shoots up. She looks back, eyes locked on you, winks at you. Maybe this is our girlfriend. She enters. Tower shoots up. She enters. Suddenly, Fishy is a key. You must get her. You must get in. And then what's happening? We're trying to get in our dream. Is that what we are? We're in our vision and trying to get in. Only one without selfish intents may enter. So are we spelling out a word here? Who is one without selfish intent? Was that a clue? Were we told about our woman? What was her name? Sylvania? No V, so it's not Servinia, if that was her name. Without selfish intents. You can't spell. Can you spell selfish? Yes, you can spell selfish intents. I guess we're going to take away those letters. Yes. Okay. Well, yes, you got it. And Tina, you did get it. I got it soon after. Soon after. I wasn't quite on your level, but I was close. Okay, selfish intents. Let's see. Oh, finally we're going to get to use this. All right, let's use this properly. All right, so SELFISHINTENTS. So is it amor or love? Is it Mora? Is that her name? Rome? Is there a reason to prefer anything other than MORA? Maybe the game doesn't care the order. Let's see. So the puzzle is the up arrow, which is here. It wants 4 letters. Maybe Mora is her name. I would guess we'd have to do it in that order. So I do think MORA is the most likely. How dramatic. Read 133. I don't love these little word catchphrases. I would prefer something more thematically tied in. Okay, so we're in our vision now, which is a weird thing to solve puzzles in a vision. 133. We should write that down, that it's got 107 has a little bit of a clue vision, right? In case we want to reread that. 133. All right. Hey, look at that. I think we're at the end of chapter 1. Mora! You suddenly hear yourself saying, as the thought crosses your mind, that must have been her name. You open the door to the tower, but behind it you see not a building interior, but a village you've been trapped in. You slowly walk up to a group of villagers who greet you with smiles on their faces. It is clear to us that you are not part of the cult, says one of the villagers. No cultist could have made it this far. Come and join us. We have much to discuss. You have no idea what to think of it all, but when somebody offers you food and drink, you join. This is the end of chapter 1. Discard all cards with the puzzle symbol. Discard any unused rest and focus cards associated with this chapter. Keep your character card, your item cards, and any modifier cards you may have gained so far. So we have that woman with us. Children of Wyrmwoods is very well suited to be experienced across multiple sessions. We recommend you save the game at this point in the story using the instructions in the rulebook and the table on the last page of the storybook. Return soon to experience the next chapter inside Storybook 2. What adventure awaits next? Wow, we made it to the end of chapter 1 in this session. Took us 6 hours and 43 minutes. Most of it working on that spatial puzzle. All right, so we're going to obviously stop the session here. Pretty cool that we made it to the end of chapter 1. The book tells us to keep track. We should keep track of cards, recently read paragraphs. But we're basically done and cleaning everything up. We do get to keep these 4 spares. We do get to keep all of our upgrades, plus charisma, plus stamina. We do get to keep this companion. And we're going to stop there. But first we're going to take a... maybe we should just call it an evening. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a 3-minute break. 5-minute break. My brain is broken. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Feel free to leave before we come back from the break. But what we're going to do is when we come back, I don't really have anything to say. I've already complained a lot, but I'd like to hear from you guys if you have anything you want to add. Thoughts, impressions. We're going to play again tomorrow night. We're going to take a 5-minute break now, and then if you guys have anything you want to talk about and say, we'll read and discuss. Otherwise, we'll just sign off. I'll see some of you in 5 minutes. Okay, almost 7 hours into this session. It's 5:50 a.m. You could see daylight here in Champaign, Illinois. We finished chapter 1. Let's see if the chat has anything they want to talk about. And Tina was asking how much is left. So we have chapter 2 left, and then we have a little bit of epilogue of chapter 3. Jonathan said, I would enjoy the game a bit more if the story passages were a bit longer between puzzles. I would agree with that. I think I would have enjoyed the story in this section if we had a bit more direct goal. This part might have been little bit too fairy tale logic. It sounds like we're going to get our quest next chapter. One of the things that's so odd is to look at all these cards we didn't use. We used one card and one of our rest cards, and we went to almost every place in the cellar. But what we did do was we escaped from the town very quickly, and we could have explored more things. It makes you wonder whether there were many puzzles that we missed, that we skipped. It's weird, like how on earth. So I suppose the way the game is designed is you would never use all of these. But I guess we could have used one more to get. I don't even think you could get. I don't see how you could get to this card or this card is what I'm saying. Like, even if you went to every area in every location, how would you need? I guess maybe if this one gives you like one action token and this one gives you one action token, then maybe you could get to the bottom. Otherwise, it's a little hard to see. All right, well, I apologize for having so much difficulty with that spatial puzzle and for getting so frustrated. I appreciate everyone who stuck around, although you shouldn't feel like you need to stick around. You should feel free to dip right out. Or if you're cringe watching this, then maybe I gave you your money's worth today. John says, a little too many visual puzzles down in the dungeon. Yeah, these were not my favorite puzzles. Objection is different than the objections to the escape from the asylum puzzles. Here, they weren't really ambiguous. We never had a moment. We've never put in a wrong answer into the app. But some of those puzzles were pretty frustrating. And if I was trying to do them alone, that would have been some real anger. But part of that may have been, we're 7 hours into this session. Maybe we should have split it up into 3-hour sessions. Maybe we would have enjoyed it more if we were a little fresher. So we're going to play again Saturday night, which is tonight, in 12 plus 5, 17 hours. So I'll see you all again in 17 hours, those who want to join, get some sleep. We'll have to decide if we want to do this again, another marathon session and finish chapter 2. It's tempting. I think the hard decision we're going to need to think about is if we want to play this a little differently and not be so cautious about rushing through. Maybe we want to take our time a little bit more. Like we could have looked at those. I forgot. We could have looked at the nest, the eggs. I wonder, should we be taking our time more? It feels like the game told us that this is the way to get the best ending. So we are on track for the best ending, and we can circle back. After we finish this game, we will look at all those things. Maybe we'll have some more extra puzzles to solve. All right. A pleasure. Some type 2 fun today. That's the fun where you're biking up the mountain against a headwind, and it's not fun at the moment, But when you get home, you look back on it with fun. That's what this was. An interesting story, though. We can recap it tonight on our next session. I hope you'll join me for it. I'll see you in 17 hours. Good luck to you in recovering from the frustrating experience today. I appreciate your patience. I'll see you tonight, Saturday night stream, chapter 2. Hopefully we can escape this place. I'll see you then.